Yo, yo, yo. Welcome back, everybody. How we're doing? How are we doing? Oh, I'm excited. I am excited. I miss streaming. What is up, everybody? How's everyone doing? How are the last couple weeks? Thank you all for the early subs. Appreciate that. Oh god, I just noticed. Oh my god, we have dropped subs during the vacation, which I guess that makes sense. I need to hold up. I need to readjust that sub goal. That is looking grim. Give me a second. Hold up. Oh, let's set it somewhere. That looks more reachable. Okay. Thank you for all the subs. Appreciate you guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. The vacation was very nice. Thank you for asking. It was a much needed, just a little bit of downtime, after these stressful couple weeks that I've had, but I am excited to get back to streaming with you guys. There's a lot of stuff we've missed. There's a lot of stuff I've missed, I feel like, and a lot of stuff we have to talk about. And then they also just dropped the freaking ban list on us. What was it, like yesterday night, this morning? I don't even know. I just saw it was here. So we have a lot of stuff to talk about. Also, it's freaking hot in Germany right now. It's very, very annoying. It is very, very annoying. I'm gonna bet. Chat, are you the type of person to go on a vacation towards the sun or away from the sun? I'm conducting very important scientific research right now. Because like most of the time I see people like going towards the sun, right? Even like right now, it's like most people are going to the beach and shit. And I never got that. I always go like when I go on a vacation in the summer, I always go the other direction of freaking the sun. Wherever the sun is not, I'm going there. I don't know. That's just me. Well, I feel like a lot of people in chat are agreeing, so that's good. That's good. Very good scientific research has been performed. Good. No, we didn't go to Sweden. We went to Denmark. We went to Denmark, and it was very nice. Beach is also fun. I mean, yeah, no, beach is fine. But whenever you go on a vacation to a spot that's very hot, it's like the time at the beach is good, but every other second of your vacation is just miserable. I'm reading this now so I don't forget, but your card market link gave me an error. Oh, okay. I will take care of that later. Thank you. Okay. I'm from Greece, so I don't know what winter is. See, that's fair enough. Thank you for all the subs. I guess I should read all the sub names. Hold up. Where do I even start? N plays Mosif, HCKO, Deadly Do Not, Waney NZ, Hylex, X Crazy Skrelp, Golden IX, Blazer, Xardest, Raw, I'm a Dinosaur, Commissioner, Gordon, Arctic Suplex, Dro Lol. There's a lot of you. You've been holding these back. I guess that makes sense. Irate Nia, Ictuzio, a person typing 95, Vorith, Alf Iron, Fiacha, 1998, Exerion, Nano Andrade, Cirrus, Don Schnute, Dracosac, Dr. T Kaiju, thank you all so much for the subs. Appreciate you guys. Welcome back. I hope you guys are as excited as I am to return back to streaming. Damn, these last couple weeks must have been miserable, huh? Just watching. What did you guys do? Like watch Farfa streams, Coder streams, MBT streams? God damn. All right. So I did a little bit of an effort yesterday and this morning to go through a couple of the things that happened in the last 1.5 weeks in Yu-Gi-Oh in general, and picked out some things that I want to cover in today's stream. You know, just see what that's about. Certain topics I don't want to spend too much time on because I feel like they've happened like over a week ago and people have reacted to them countless times. Like literally the Rarran thing, right? Like for example, the Rarran video. It's like, you know, Farfa's reacted to it, MBT's reacted to it, Rarran has reacted to Farfa reacting to it, Rarran has reacted to MBT reacting to it. I don't know if I'll provide much more insight into it 1.5 weeks later, right? So I don't know. Maybe we will cover it very, very briefly. Maybe because I've watched it. I know what it's about. I don't feel the need to add, like, to stir the pot like 1.5 weeks later. And then there is a couple other topics that I do want to provide my input on, rather more like there was a discussion that I saw about like the YCS entry fee increasing, for example, right? That's something I feel like we can talk about a little bit. Also not too long though. And then also there was this whole like Yu-Gi-Oh versus Pokemon versus Magic, which game is better, whatever. There was like a huge freaking thing on Twitter where I saw it from my vacation and I felt the need to drop a tweet on it. And I don't know. We'll talk about some of those things. First and foremost, though, I do want to guess some cards because it's been a while since I've done so. I wonder if I'm even gonna get like freaking 100 points because I'm rusty, I feel like. But let's not skip the warm-up on the first day back. That's not a good way to start streaming again, by skipping the warm-up. We need to warm up. We need to be warmed up. Let us guess some cards. What is this? Oh, it's a Gusto. I hate when this happens. Why did it do that? Why does it do that on the first day back? Why does it... Eagles? I hate these because they all look so similar. It's Eagles. Strong start. Don't say that. Don't say washed. We just started. The hell is that? I've never seen that in my life. Malefic Selector. Is that Cyber Larva? No, it's not. It's a Cyber though, is it not? No, it's not. I know this. This is Ahashima, no? What? No? How is it not? It's a Bujin. Is it Hirume? It is Hirume. Have I seen this? I have not seen this. This I have seen, but I cannot name it. Bro, I'm sweating. It's freaking hot in Germany right now. I want to go back to Denmark. It was colder. But what are these cards? What the hell is this? Some Gaia? Oh my god. Chat, you don't have to write Gaia, okay? I knew it was a Gaia card. That does not help. That does not help. This is a vanilla card from back then. I don't know what it's called. Bro, I'm skipping everything. Oh, this is the Red Eyes. Red Eyes. Is it Zombie Dragon? No, it's not. It's Red Eyes Darkness Dragon. Yeah. Bro, we have 80 points. Is this Behemoth? Yeah. Oh, this is Punk. Ah. This is Steel. Spell Sealing, I think. Spell Sealing. Yeah. Wait, this is Unchained, no? Surely this is Unchained. No, it's not. Oh my god. Beast Magic Attack. Okay, it could not have been further from Unchained. It looked like an Unchained card, though. This is some Rebellion. Is it just Dark Rebellion? Yeah. It's an Ally of Justice. I don't think it's Cataster. It might be Cycle Reader. It is Cycle Reader. Thank God. My wisdom about Ally of Justice cards ends after Cycle Reader and Cataster, so... This is Ice Barrier shit. Is this the spell for the Destiny board? Is this Draco Face Off? No, it's not. Dream Mirror of Terror. God damn. This might go down as the worst round of Card Guesser ever played. Well, no, not that. Okay, it's not a gauge stream, so. This is Majestic. Star Dragon? Yeah. This is Pixies. I think. Yeah. They send us a sprite card to make up some points. That's nice of them. This looks like a Hazy Flame. I want to say Griffin. No, I lied. Basiltrice? Basiltrice. This is Worm Falco. Yep. Oh, is this... What is this? Herald... Is it Heraldry Crest? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Okay. What is this? What is this? No, I have not seen this before. Oh, this is Melodious. Well, which one? Canon? Canon. I read chat for that one. Is it Duel Link Dragon? Yeah, it is Duel Link Dragon. This looks like an Earth Machine card that you don't play. Which is bad, because then I don't know it. Monster Express. This looks like a Sacred Summit situation. Yep. Okay, we're getting warmed up a little bit. Oh, this is something Nightmare. Nightmare Horse, right? This is the fusion material for Reaper on the Nightmare with Spirit Reaper, right? The hell is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, Aqua Actress. Zombie Shark. Yo, what's up, Quantal? How are we doing? Have we processed everything. It is true though, right? Emra opened shifter 0 times at Worlds. Kind of unlucky. Kind of unlucky. Oh, this is Wagon. I got distracted by Quantal. Oh, this is something Kid. Isn't it one of the Thunder Kid? Thunder Kid. No, it's not. What Kid? What is it? Oh, well, it was... we don't talk about it. Dragoonity... Pilum? Kaus? Kaus. This guy? Yeah. This is the something spirit of the breeze. No? Spirit of the fall wind. God damn. Well. It's not Dark Ruler, is it? Skill Prisoner? It looks like Dark Ruler from the other point of view. It's kind of funny. It's like, this is like Evening Night, Twilight Night, Beginning Night, one of those. Gem Knight, I want to say Lady Lapis Lazuli. Nope. This is an Ice Jade? Ice Jade. But which one? Argerine? Nope. Give me Argerine. Okay. I'm not very good with the Ice Jades, let me tell you that much. Old Vanilla means skip right now. I might be Little Mermaid. No. Okay. See, there's no shot. Oh, this is Rampengu. Please be Rampengu. Please let me be right one time. Okay. It's a Satellar Knight. But I don't know which one. It's like not one of the good ones. Yeah, serious. Fissure. This is a Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick Stein. Yeah. This is an Infernity card. It's not Zero Max. It's not Archfiend. It's not Archfiend. It's a very... you never used to play it. I don't know what it's called. Infernity Cannon. Wave Motion Inferno. I wanted to say Crusadia Leonis, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Oh, okay, it was. Okay, good. Some unicorn. Oh, what unicorn is that? What is that? A Fire King? Fire King. Indeed. Please be Westlow. It was Weslow. I always type Weslow first whenever it's an Evol card, and it's never been Weslow so far. Because Weslow is technically the only one that I do know. The hell is this? Avida. This is some penguin. This one? Yeah. Oh, this is like what are these called? Aqua actress, aquarium stage, aquarium set. Oh, the little. It's literally called little dude, right? Little Wingard. Yeah. This is two-pronged attack. Yeah. This one I have seen. It's like Chaos. Oh yeah, Chaos Mirage Dragon. Yeah, I could have guessed that. I don't know why I skipped it. This is Wicked, no? Yeah. I know my Cybers is my favorite archetype. You guys know that. Ring of Destruction. Spell Canceller. I know my Floodgates too. I want to say this is a Fabled. However, I do not know what it's called. This is a Fabled. We're done. Hey, 679. It's not great, but it's not too bad. It felt worse than that. The ending was solid. The ending was solid. It's all right. Not washed. Oh, come on. Come on, dude. I just came back from almost 2 weeks of holidays. And then y'all just have nothing else for me than calling me washed at this? That's not nice. That's not nice, dude. Oh, man. All right, we quickly do this. We quickly do this, and then we jump to... All right, level 4 effect monster, chat. Level 4 effect monster. With high defense, low attack, newer than 2015. Not a dark. Not a dark. Also, thank you guys so much for all the subs. A lot of you guys coming back after the vacation. Thank you guys so much for the continued support. Thank you for holding your subs, your primes for today. Appreciate you guys. Welcome back. What's a high defense level 4? What's a high defense level 4? With low attack as well. Keldo? It could be Keldo from the year 9999. But it's not. Okay, even higher than 1600 defense. Not an earth. Surprisingly lower than the year 9999. Let me tell you, even with all the power creep until the year 9999, because of course Yu-Gi-Oh is still going to be around in the year 9999. Even with all the power creep until that year, people are still going to look back at Keldo the Sacred Protector and think, God damn, these Ishizu cards are broken, right? What is this card? It's 1300 attack or 1400 attack. It can't be Rhino Heart, it can't be Rice Heart. It's lower than 1500 attack, guys. It's literally on the screen. How much defense is Taya? No, Taya is more attack than that. Electric Jellyfish. Okay. We've got the defense points now, 1700. We have narrowed down the year to between 2016 and 2021. 1300 attack, 1700 defense. I don't think I know this card. I don't think I know this card. I'm gonna be honest with you. You have seen the card. Salamangreat. I don't think there's a Salamangreat with 1300 attack, guys. Not that I remember. No. I have seen the card. Okay, let me narrow down the year and the type a little bit. I'm just gonna take Falco. Okay, it's not a fire and it's even older. So it's 2016 or 17. It's very old. It could still be a light. Is there a Satellar from 2016 or something? No. Constellar, maybe? Those are way older, most of them. Yeah. Light or wind? 1300, 1700. Magistus? Those are... No, those are all 2020. It's not Magistus. Musketeer? Ooh. Musketeer... Can it be 2017? It can be 2017. That's it. That has to be it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have seen this card, yeah. The thing about Musketeers is that I've only played this deck like once or twice in my life, and I do not remember the stats of Musketeers. I do not remember the stats of Musketeers very well. Like, at all. But okay. Alright. Love the deck. I did think Musketeer was a pretty cool design back then. It was just a shame that we didn't really have a way to make it playable. Like ever. It's a very cool design though. I like it. Okay. Okay, warm-up done. Warm-up done finally. And we have a lot of things to do today. We have a lot of things to catch up with, a lot of stuff that happened, even very recent stuff. I think we're just gonna start with like the elephant in the room, which is what happened exactly like yesterday, which is the new ban list for Master Duel. I just want to get that out of the way because that's what's on everyone's mind, and then we're gonna slowly go back in time and just like, you know, revisit some of the other stuff. But first and foremost, they dropped the ban list, and I have not looked at it in detail yet this morning because I wanted to keep my initial reaction to most of the things for the stream. But I have seen it was impossible to miss it over like on Twitter or X, what I should say, that it has a couple more hits than usual. Now I've tried to not look at it, but I've seen that it has more hits than usual, so I'm excited for that. So let me move over here. And we will slowly scroll down and go one by one and see what they have done this time. Cards to be unlimited. Okay, so we're going from unlimited to the bigger hits. Okay, Nadir Servant from 2 to 3. That is completely fine in my book. The Dogmatica engine has not done much. So that is fair. I think that's good. Even like I think the Dogmatica engine has potential to be good again at some point in certain decks. So I'm a fan of that. Ancient Fairy Dragon from 1 to 3 also makes perfect sense. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ancient Fairy Dragon is one of those cards that there's no difference between this card being at 1 or at 3. Like 99.9% of the decks are gonna use only one copy, even if they're gonna use it. So that's fine. Gears to the Orcust Mech Knight from 2 to 3 is just decluttering, honestly. I mean, I don't think this is gonna make Orcust great again. But it's a good card, so you know, there it is. But once again, this card had no business being at 2. This card had no business being at 2. And that's it. That's all the unlimits. Okay, just decluttering of the ban list, honestly. I like it. I like it. All of those cards were overdue to go unlimited, I think. I don't have the entire Master Duel ban list in mind right now. I don't know if there's even more cards that could come back. Yo, Sleeve Chief with the 50 gift subs. Holy shit. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. You guys just smashed that sub goal like crazy. Okay, hold up. Hold up, we're gonna get a remix in here. Thank you so much. There we go. This remix is on Sleeve Chief, everybody. This the first Pepe D after vacation is on Sleeve Chief. Nuckin. We're climbing back the sub gold tree. All right, there we go. Phenomenal. All right. Thank you, Sleeve Chief. All right. Cards to be semi-limited. Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Infernos. Dude. This, I'm excited about. Oh god, Gigantic with the 14 months copy pasta. All right. I think this is a good point. This is a good point of the stream to bring this up. I saw this the other day. They are printing a Dragon Ruler rank 7 XYZ monster called Blaze, the Supreme Ruler of Dragons. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I could not be more excited. It is, I mean, look, this card, the artwork already, I'm in love. And I am personally of the opinion, that the Dragon Rulers could probably come back and they would not do enough even. So, I mean, Blaster's been at 1 and no one has really played it. Which it kind of leads me to the idea that kind of like the Dragon Rulers, because the Dragon Rulers can be used in 2 ways, right? The Dragon Rulers can be used in 2 ways. You can either put them into like you can put Blaster into a fire deck, right? And just use it as Blaster, to like just be a free body, or like sometimes disruption, not disruption, it's like destruction, not disruption. Or you can use all of the Dragon Rulers together, right, in their own deck, which is what we did back in the day, right? I think it's been shown that both of those things individually are not that good, right? It's like people don't really use the Dragon Rulers that we do have. Like, you don't see people running wind decks with Tempest. You don't see people running fire decks with Blaster. Which ones are still banned? Redox and Tidal are still banned, right? They're still, or is Redox also back already? I think Tidal and Redox are still banned. I don't think people would use Redox in Earth decks just out of principle. The one that I could see being used is Tidal, maybe, because Tidal, honestly, it's funny because back in the day, Tidal had the worst effect, basically, right? Tidal had the worst secondary effect, where like foolishing a water wasn't really a thing in 2013. That wasn't really that great. Like, Blaster was phenomenal to out like floodgates. Tempest was great to search more dragons, and Redox was good to reborn, right? But like, I feel like Tidal these days might actually be like the best one, right? Because you can foolish a ridiculous amount of good cards. Like, you can foolish, I don't know if you would ever do it, but you could foolish something like freaking Nimble Angler and shit like that. I don't know, but I personally think that the dragon rulers would be completely fine. So I'm excited of them doing like this step-by-step thingy. I think they could just give them all back, right? Just give them all back at once. I don't care. Just give me all of them. But I think they're a little bit cautious about that. But I'm excited. Basically, we've established that you're not going to use singular dragon rulers in decks, right? Not, at least not. Maybe some people are experimenting with it, but they're not a problem, right? Like, I mean, maybe some people have been using like a Tempest in Dragon Link, but the Tempest in Dragon Link has never been the problem, right? Like, they're not problematic anymore, right? Even if they're being used. And then I want to see how they can work in combination, right? Can we still use a Dragon Ruler deck if we had all of the Dragon Rulers? I don't know, honestly, because one of the key things that made the Dragon Rulers so broken, one of the things that made the Dragon Rulers so broken was their recursion over the turns, right? Because like they were heavily limited by, you can only use one of their effects per turn, but the fact that they accumulated so much like resource game over the turns was what really threw them off the charts, right? But like, that doesn't really matter that much anymore these days. So I'd be interested in seeing how a Dragon Ruler deck would even work in 2023. And then, of course, Super Rejuve was a big deal back then, but I feel like Super Rejuve, yeah, I don't know. It's not the same. It's not the same. Anyways, excited about this. Pot of Extravagance from 3 to 2. Okay. Not something I expected. Not something I would have said was necessary, but I get it. I don't hate it. Yeah, whatever. I think it's fine that they did this. I mean, it's a very good card, so I don't mind it, honestly. Luster Pendulum from 1 to 2, fair enough. Haven't seen this card in forever in Master Duel, so there we go. And now we go to the hits, mostly. I mean, Extravagance was the first hit, technically, but here we have cards to be limited, and I immediately see Branded Fusion. Okay, this does not feel... this one does not feel necessary to me right off the bat. I didn't feel like Branded was oppressive at all. Honestly, I don't know. But okay. I don't know. This is one of those. I just looking at Branded as a whole, I can see why you want to hit that deck, right? The deck is very powerful. Even though it's not the best deck in Master Duel right now, it is powerful, so you could argue it warrants a hit. It's just that I'm not a fan of, and I've said this, I feel like I'm repeating myself, so I don't want to talk about it too much. It's just it's just another one of those consistency hits, right? It's just another one of those consistency hits that I'm not a fan of, right? I would rather them limit the ability of Branded, like, you know, in a different way than just making it less consistent, but okay. All right. I mean, 1 grass? It's kind of like, that's a weird place to put grass. Like, I already thought that playing 60 card decks because of grass was kind of crazy in Master Duel because you only had 2 beforehand. But I guess they still thought that was too powerful, and now I feel like now you are completely... I feel like limiting grass is almost like banning it, because freaking why would you play a 60 card deck if the payoff is you get to play 1 grass? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Grass to me just feels like a card that you either want it in the game and then it should be at 3, right? Because then people actually can play 60 card decks and have a realistic chance of seeing the card. Or it should be at 0, like how the TCG handles it, right? Like you should either be like, yeah, this strategy should exist, or the strategy shouldn't exist. I feel like putting it at 1 or 2 is such a weird decision, but it's a very OCG / Master Duel decision. It's very on brand. Kelbeck finally goes to 1. God damn, dude. I never understood why Kelbeck was the one they left at 2, because it was also by far the best one. It was very frustrating that was the one they left at 2. It didn't make any sense to me, but all right. Kelbeck to 1 finally. Jet to 1, that does make sense. Card is very, very strong. Swap Frog to 1 as well. Okay, significant sprite hits. Once again, the freaking Jet is a consistency hit, which I don't like, but they've done it. Whatever, fine, I guess. Now your deck only has, what is it, 2 blue, 1 Jet, 2 starter. It's kind of annoying that they're going about it that way instead of banning Elf, right? Elf is still around, which is weird to me. But all right, 1 Jet. Swap Frog to 1 is a hit that I think is very good. This is the exact opposite. This is the exact opposite of a consistency hit, because Swap Frog was not a consistency card. And by limiting Swap Frog, you're doing something very interesting. You're just reducing the amount of times you can use Ronin Totem. Right? This is a resource hit. This is not a consistency hit. It's a pure hit on the resources of the deck, where like what you used to do was you would Gigantic for Swap Frog, send a Ronin Totem, then you would link off the Swap Frog for an Elf, bring back the Swap Frog to send the other Swap Frog, bring back the Ronin, link them off, and then you could bring the Ronin back once more. So it was a lot of bodies that you accumulated from having 2 Swap Frogs. The funny thing is, you can still do that by playing 1 other frog, right? You can still play 1 other, like Dupe Frog probably would be the more, Dupe Frog would probably be the most, or the least bad one. And you would just go Gigantic, summon, swap, send Ronin, Elf, bring back swap, send Dupe Frog. So it only really changes, it changes how often you will open Swap Frog, because of course drawing Dupe Frog is not as good as drawing Swap Frog, right? Drawing Swap Frog was actually not bad. Drawing Dupe Frog is gonna be bad. So yeah, the Swap Frog limit I'm a fan of. The Swap Frog limit I'm a fan of because it's not purely a consistency hit, right? Cards to be forbidden. Ooh, Rongo ban. That is surprisingly good. I didn't expect them to do this. This is catching me off guard right now. I did not expect them to make a good decision like that. It's because so far, honestly, up until this point, this ban list consisted of some good unlimits and then some kind of questionable consistency hits, like limiting Branded Fusion, limiting Grass, limiting Jet, like a lot of stuff that, like, I see why you want to hit those decks, but I just don't really agree with how you're hitting those decks. But here we've got some actual good stuff happening, right? Rongo is just a card that, this card has hardly done anything good, right? The card is not super popular in Master Duel right now, at least in the high ranks. You know, maybe it is popular in like lower ranks where people don't have as many hand traps yet in their decks. The core thing about Rongo is it's not about popularity every time, right? It's not with the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list. It's not always about how popular is this card, how high is the win rate of this card. It's also sometimes just about, you know, how fun is a card. How fun is it to play against a certain strategy? And freaking this card, ever since it was printed, has never done anything good for the game. It's always because the card reads, put a bunch of bodies onto the field, and then you win the game instantly, right? That is not something that you want to have in your game. It's not fun, like, because if your opponent pulls it off, you simply cannot interact with it anymore, right? And so this is simply a very good riddance. Agito is banned. Now, okay. This one's funny to me. This one is funny to me because from a pure logical standpoint, this does not make any sense. Because this is the worst Ishizu card. Right? It is by far the worst Ishizu card, right? Kelbeck, Mudora, and Keldo are all better cards than Agito. However, it still is overall a good hit, I guess, because let me be real with you, all the Ishizu cards should be banned. All the Ishizu cards should be banned, so Agito being banned makes sense. The only question is why is he the first one? I guess it's because he's a super. Are all the other ones ultras? Are all the other ultra? I know Kelbeck is an ultra and Keldo is an ultra. I think Mudora is also super. Mudora is also super. Okay, so they could have. Is Mudora also here? No. Oh. Okay, I got spoiled, but I got pleasantly spoiled. I guess that might be the reasoning. Hands down. It just might be that. In which case, you know, I mean, whatever. I'm just happy we're getting banned Ishizu cards. If you're gonna have to ban the supers and keep the ultras at 1, you do you. I don't care. Ban Mudora too. Ban Mudora too, and leave us with the 2 with 1 Kelbeck and 1 Keldo. I can live with that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Just ban Ishizus. Some of them. And then we have Bish Balkan. Okay, this is a card that, similar to Rongo, I don't remember ever seeing this card in a freaking healthy context. It's always just been FTKs. Which, once again, Konami has done this in the past, where they would just ban cards that provide FTKs, even if they were not good, just because you just don't want it. It's just better if it doesn't exist. And, you know, I think that's fine. I think that's fine for them to ban some FTK enablers, because I can imagine that, especially in like the lower ranks where people don't have, or people don't know that they should be putting hand traps into their deck, and like a more like beginner environment, that some people like look up some crazy Bish Balkan FTKs and just farm with it because people don't have the answers to it. And getting rid of that, because there's not many things that are worse for like a beginning player to see than like logging into Master Duel and just getting FTK by Bish Balkan or getting Rongoed, right? People that are in bronze and silver have told me that they see this FTK all the time. They're very happy. Okay, yeah, then I mean, it's not something that I personally experienced, but if other people say they do, then I mean, very good riddance regardless, yeah. We have Block Dragon. Holy shit, is Master Duel banning Max C? Because they're getting rid of a lot of degen shit right now. Now, I'm not assuming that Max C is on this list, because Twitter would have literally exploded. Like, Max C is not on this ban list, I'm assuming. But this almost feels like they are preparing for it. Because this is taking this so far, the last couple ban lists since Master Duel's implementation, they've all been more on the OCG side of logic, right? It's always been more like, they felt more like OCG people making the decisions, right? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. People involved with both Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and Master Duel will know what I'm talking about. It's like there seems to be different philosophies behind the TCG ban list and the OCG ban list, right? It's like where like the OCG is letting a lot of degenerate stuff roaming around, but they have Max C, and then in the TCG they do a lot of things differently, which I personally prefer. I personally prefer the TCG ban list a lot over the OCG ban list. And the Master Duel ban list has kind of been going the OCG path, you know, because we had Max C and we had all of the combo stuff. And now it feels like they are banning a lot of stuff that, I mean, people have been asking for this forever, and they're finally doing it. And I'm wondering if maybe they want to take a lot of the degen stuff out of the game bit by bit, and then eventually end up in a place where you could remove Max C from the game. Just food for thought. and Massive Copium. But obviously, look, Block Dragon should be banned. And if you don't think it should be banned, if you're sad about this, I guess it sucks to be wrong, I guess, you know? I mean, this card deserves to be banned 100%. Merly? Merly's banned? I guess that, I mean, I guess there has been no tier limit hits so far. I was kind of like, where are the tier limit hits besides the Ishizu cards? Merly banned. So they left Kid Kalos. They just left Kid Kalos alive? Is what you're telling me? I'm trying to think whether I like this or not. Because in my opinion, Kid Kalos should be banned. But the one thing I like about this, is that they are approaching it differently than in the TCG and the OCG, resulting in a different game, right? Which in some ways, Master Duel being different is very frustrating, but it's kind of something that we have to like live with, right? It's always been like that. Like Master Duel has always been different from the TCG and OCG because of release schedule and whatnot. And I'm gonna tell you, if I have to play the same cards a couple months later, I prefer the format to be different rather than just being the same format again, right? And so had they just banned Kid Kalos, we would basically be looking at tier limits in a stage where it was basically the same deck that it is in the OCG right now. You know what I mean? If they just banned Kid Kalos, we're looking at Master Duel tier limits, and it's basically OCG tier limits, right? But now it's very different, right? Because Merly is a huge hit. Don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, Kid Kalos is a busted card, and I'm not sure if this kills tier limit. Probably doesn't. But Merly ban is a huge hit. People have been asking for this hit in the TCG. Do you remember that? People were like, what if we just ban Merly? Because that is a very intricate piece of, like, it's so many. This stops so many things, right? This stops so many things. This stops. First of all, the most obvious thing is it takes away one tier limit name, which means instead of 3 fusions per turn, we only have 2 fusions per turn, right? That is a big difference. Plus, it just inherently reduces the amount of good mills that we have, right? Because instead of 6 good mills for fusion effects, we only have 4 good mills for fusion effects. And then Merly was also by far, in my opinion, the best tier limits name because it had so much synergy with Sprint and Elf, right? And so, like, how the amount of times where I was able to interrupt tier limits and then they would just end up with some weird dark into Sprint into still do everything moment is I can't count how many times that's happened. And just that avenue of play, that entire line of play is now gone, which is very, very good in my opinion, right? And so, like, no more Sprint in tier limits. You could still play Elf with like Diviner, right? But like it's still a lot harder to get. And also you don't have the mill 8 play, right? Like if you go normal summon Rhinoheart, which is your most consistent starter in tier limits, right? Normal summon Rhinoheart, make Kid Kalos. If you go Kid Kalos target itself after, what do you even summon? Because Rhinoheart has been used. You're gonna summon freaking Sharon from your graveyard or hand. You're gonna summon a Rhinoheart that can't be used. You know, it's like it does make the deck significantly worse. Like out of all the hits they've done in Master Duel, this is by far the biggest one to tier limits. And honestly, I am intrigued by this. Right? Because we all know how tier limit plays if they had just banned Kid Kalos. We all know what happens. We have that in the TCG. We have that in the OCG. We know what's going to happen, right? But what we don't know is what happens if they just ban Merly. So I'm very interested in this. I actually like this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm alone here. I don't know. I mean, you tell me if you like this or not, but I think this is interesting because it's different and it's also a very good hit. Like, it's a very different approach of handling tier limits, and I'm more excited about this than had they banned Kid Kalos, because that's what everyone was expecting. That's what everyone has seen in the TCG and OCG. And people would have just played tier limits without Kid Kalos, because that's what they've been doing. Let's be real. Banning Kid Kalos, we already know that does not kill tier limits. We knew that, right? We knew that banning Kid Kalos does not kill tier limits because the deck, hey, spoiler, is still meta in the OCG. And once a Rise Heart is banned in the TCG, tier limits is going to come back. So I'm all here for this one. I like this one actually a lot. The more I think about it, the more I like it. The more I think about this one, the more I like it. Very cool. Okay. And that's it. That is the list. Is this the biggest is this the biggest ban list we've ever had in Master Duel? I would think so. Have we had a bigger one? Maybe one of the very initial ones. Maybe one of the initial ones was bigger. But I mean, I'm a fan of this. I'm a fan of this. Now, listen. There is still stuff in Master Duel that is problematic. Where I'm looking at Max C specifically. I feel like that is the biggest question on my mind, and I don't mean to inject too much copium into all of you guys, but I am wondering what the idea here is, right? I am wondering if they saw all the feedback, all the complaints about the the 90% Max C usage rate and whatnot, right? But let me be clear. They cannot just ban Max C. They cannot do that. With the current state of Master Duel, with the current rate, with the current situation in Master Duel, they cannot just ban Max C and leave it as that is, right? They need to do so much more before they can ban Max C, right? Because we still have, even after these bans on the screen right now, we still have Protoss, Aurora Dawn, Chaos Ruler. We have so many cards that would just run rampant if Max C just got banned, right? Galaxy Tomahawk, freaking Spiral as a whole with Master Plan and Double Helix intact and multiple quick fixes and whatnot, right? I don't think right now they can just ban Max C, right? If they banned Max C right now, they would have to ban 10, 15, maybe 20 more cards, right? And I just don't think they want to do all of that at once. I personally don't think that's something you want to do as a company, because it shines very bad light onto your game, right? I mean, like, imagine, it's basically like admitting that all of those cards are problematic, right? It would be like, hey, look, we fucked up in the last freaking 6 years of card design. We have to ban 20 cards at once, right? We all know that's technically what they need to do, right? We all know that's technically what they need to do. They are problematic. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they are not. I'm just saying that just doing that and just admitting it openly is not a very good practice for them. I understand it, right? I understand that if they reach the conclusion, hey, we have to get rid of some problems, that you don't do it all at once. Because they don't have a reason to, right? They can just do it slowly. We get a ban list every month, dude. They can just, next month we get another couple bans, and then the month after we get another couple bans, and then eventually they can be like, all right, a lot of this stuff is now gone. Now we can get rid of Max C. And that was my copium for the day. I hope that's what they're doing. Which it might be hella copium. It might be hella copium, but I'm gonna be real with you. They haven't done a ban list like this in a long time, and I feel like something has to have changed about their way of thinking, right? You don't just have Block Dragon in your game for almost like for more than 1.5 years, and then just suddenly decide like, hey, yeah, Block Dragon, Bish Balkan, and Rongo kind of problematic. I don't think you just do that without having you have to change your way of thinking about the game, right? Like that card has been in the game since the start, and it's been a problem since the start. And they had to have a reason why they kept it in the game, and they have to have the reason why they changed their way of thinking about it right now. So I think that's interesting. I think that's interesting. And I don't know if it's I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence that this happens right after we had the 90% maxi outcry, right after we had the freaking like remember the board meeting situation a couple weeks ago where they said where the freaking investors said that Yu-Gi-Oh has some problems, you know? I don't know if this is a coincidence or not. I don't think so. I think drastically changing their way of approaching a ban list is one way how they deal with those things. So that's cool. Now, what do I think are good decks after this ban list? Well, Adamantipator is freaking dead, finally. I'm gonna be honest with you, Tearlaments, I don't want to call it dead. I am never going to make the mistake again of calling Tearlaments dead, because I have called Tearlaments dead way too many times, and them motherfuckers have always survived. They have always survived. There's probably going to be experimentation with Tearlaments, because they still have Kid Kolos. And honestly, I think as long as they have Kid Kolos, it's not going to die. Because honestly, just the play of Rhinoheart into Kid Kolos still exists. Tearlaments Kashtira is also about to be... Tearlaments Kashtira is about to be released. And that means, you know, we're going to have another boost to it. And I don't think Tearlaments is dead. Is Tearlaments still as dominant? Probably not, because the deck already has consistency issues, and they don't only lose Merly, they also lose 2 out of... They had, before this ban list, they had access to 3 Mill 5 guys, right? 3 Mill 5 Ishizu cards, now it's only 1, right? We lost Agido completely, we went down to 1 Kelbeck, which is also huge, right? It's also huge by a lot. It's a big ban list in terms of the Tearlament hits. As far as Sprite goes, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I did not consider pure Sprite to be a viable deck before this ban list. Which is why we did not bring it to the World Championships, right? We did not even... we honestly did not consider Sprite to be part of even the top 6 decks before this ban list, because we did not think it was good enough. The deck does not have enough extenders even before Sprite Jet went from 2 to 1. This deck now basically needs to open Nimble Beaver, or it needs to open 1 out of 1 Jet, 2 Blue, 2 Starter. Only 5. Only 5 of the good extenders is what you have, which is very, very few for a deck that used to be super hyper consistent. And then on top of that, what you get out of it is honestly pathetic, because what you get out of it is a combo deck that is by far one of the weakest decks into Maxi out there. I honestly don't see a reason to play pure Sprite. I don't see a reason to play pure Sprite at all. The one thing you can still play, and you know what I'm gonna say, you know what I'm about to say. The one deck you can definitely still play is Runic Sprite. Runic Sprite is fine. Runic Sprite can live with this. You can do that. Runic decks in general honestly look very juicy after this. Like, I mean, Runic Naturia, freaking both of my decks, just some food for thought. Both of my decks that I won the World Championship with have been completely untouched on this list, right? There's not been a single hit to Dragon Link. There's not been a single hit to Runic Naturia. There's also not been a single hit to Labyrinth. except for Extravagance, which some versions played. So interesting. I guess Exo Sister, technically, when we're talking about World Championship winning decks, Exo Sister also didn't take a hit, which is maybe not terrible. I don't think Exo Sister has the potential to be the best deck in the game, but you know. And Sky Striker. I guess Sky Striker also didn't. Fair enough. 5 out of 6 of our decks, yeah. 5 out of 6 of our lineup are completely untouched, but the freaking Tearlaments got shafted. Which is good. That's how it's supposed to be, I think. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's what I would be rocking with, honestly. Runic decks seem like in a very good spot. If you're from, oh, by the way, I should clarify. If you're from the OCG, when I say Runic decks, I mean Runic combo decks. Think about that for a second. And that's that. Very interesting ban list. I'm a big fan of larger ban list, honestly. I understood why Master Duel was doing smaller ban lists simply because we had monthly updates, right? If you have monthly updates to your game, there's no need to always pump out ban lists like this, right? 16 cards are on this ban list, right? Moving up or down. 16 cards is a lot for a ban list update. That's even a lot, I feel like, for like a TCG ban list, which we only get like every 3 to 4 months or something. For a Master Duel ban list that is like monthly, this is insanely large. We skipped one last month. That is true, I think. We didn't get one last month because of Worlds. But still, I think bigger ban lists just means more room for experimentation. More changes means more, like, it's just more refreshing the more changes there are, I feel like. So this is cool. This is very unusual, unexpected for Master Duel. I like it. I'm a fan of it. I'm excited to try out some new stuff. And I, for one, am excited about playing. This might be a hot take, but after having played against standard Tearlaments for so long, I am excited to play against Merly-less Tearlaments. Because it changes so many dynamics of the matchup. Either if you're playing tier or if your opponent is playing tier, it changes so many things. It's going to feel like playing against a different deck, I think. Almost. Not in every way, but in a lot of ways, it's going to feel like playing against a different deck. And that's cool. I think that's cool. All right. And that is the Master Duel ban list update. Very exciting one. A lot to talk about in this one. Very cool. Very, very cool. Give me a second. Is there anything? So now I wanna now I want to start working my way through some of the stuff that I've missed in the last couple weeks. The topics, the way we're gonna do this, I said this earlier already. The topics that were like longer ago and already have been reacted to death, we're only gonna touch them very, very briefly, simply because I don't want to like stir the pot for like stuff that has happened weeks ago that you guys have already seen and reacted to thousands of times. All right, sorry, I'm back. Where was I? Oh yes, we're gonna recap some stuff. We're gonna recap some stuff that happened in the last couple of weeks. some topics that I personally find more interesting and more worth talking about, we're gonna do a little bit longer. Some topics that I feel like have been talked about enough already, or have happened like a couple weeks ago, we're only gonna touch briefly. All right. And we're just gonna go through some of the stuff and have some nice discussions, I feel like. And some not so nice discussions, I guess. Let's start with one that was personally, or like, I feel like it was perceived relatively negatively, is when they posted the entry that the ticket sales were open for YCS Dortmund. A lot of people instantly noticed that the ticket price has gone up. Let me see if I can just see it on this link. Hold up. The ticket price for, yeah, okay. The tournament packages for YCS Dortmund are priced at, why can't I highlight this? It's a weird page. Anyways, the tournament packages for YCS Dortmund are priced at 44 euros and 90 cents, which is basically 45 euros. And that got a lot of outcry in the Yu-Gi-Oh community under this tweet. It's been like it's not been nice. The community has not received this very well, and I just want to talk about it a little bit. In a lot of ways, and I've had some time to think about this, right? Because this is not me reacting to this for the first time. I've seen this when it happened, because it was basically everywhere. And even though I was on vacation, I was not buried in a freaking hole. So I saw that this happened, and I also got I got myself a ticket. I got myself a ticket already because, I mean, let's be real. No one expected me to not go to a YCS because they increased the price, right? And I feel like that's the same for a lot of people. And I feel like that's also why some people are frustrated with it, right? Because when I saw this at first, I was like, well, shit, you know, just I have to spend 25 more bucks. But then it wasn't really like I had the option to not go, right? As a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. And I think I don't know for how many I speak here, like probably not everyone, but I personally did not feel like I had a choice, because if there's a YCS happening, I'm going, right? Like that's just how it is, right? They probably could have charged $100 and I would have probably went, because this is the highest level of Yu-Gi-Oh competition. I'm a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, so like I'm gonna go, right? Like it's not a great feeling to be in this position, you know what I mean? Like basically they could charge almost any amount that's like not freaking completely insane, right? And I would be forced to pay it, right? It doesn't feel like it's a frustrating situation to be in, right? It's kind of like they have the monopoly on high competition in Yu-Gi-Oh, and they can charge almost whatever they want. That's what I personally think is somewhat frustrating, right? Because the only alternative to paying the price is just saying like, hey, I'm not gonna go, right? And it's like some people are in the position to just be like, yeah, okay, this is too much for me, I'm not going. I personally am not in the position to do that, because I just care too much, right? I just care too much about the YCS main event. On another note, on a more I don't know if it's a positive note, it's a less negative note, I would say. On a less negative note, I think people are making, and don't get me wrong, this is not, I don't think this is good, but people are making it, I think people are making a bigger deal out of this than it actually is. Because people are like, oh my god, they doubled the entry fee to a YCS. And you know, like, technically you're right, but if you think about all the things that go into traveling to a YCS, right? All the money it costs to take part in a YCS, it does not go from the cost of playing a YCS did not go from $20 to 45. That's not what happened. Because you have to pay for travel, you have to pay for accommodation, and then you also have to pay for food to whichever town you go, because eating outside like is just more expensive than eating at home. And then there is also the registration fee, right? Which is like, that's the smallest out of all those things, right? I'm not saying that makes it better. I'm just saying that the total cost from playing in a YCS did not go from, it didn't double. It's just it went from, I don't know, maybe $400 to $500 to 25 euros more, which is like, it's not a 100% increase. It's more like a, I don't know, 5% increase or whatever, right? It's so if you look at it, I think if you look at it from that perspective, it doesn't look as bad, right? Because let's be real, being able to travel to events, being able to pay for travel, pay for hotels, pay for the food in a different city, it's already a very privileged thing, right? It's a very it is expensive already, even without the entry fee of a YCS. The thing that I think one of the things that people complain about the most is that the pricing did not change for a YCS. What did change is the entry goodies you get. Like, what is it? Like they give you 5 more packs, I think. Like previously you used to get 5 packs for entering a YCS and the coin. Now you get 10 packs and the coin, which is like, you know, it's whatever, right? It's kind of whatever. I think the prize pool for YCSs are the prize pool for YCSs is not good, right? It's not, YCSs don't give out very good pricing. I think the only players at a YCS that walk away with a profit from the main event are the first 3. Which is crazy if you think about it. Like that is crazy if you think about it, because that's where they give you a prize card, right? Top 3 gets the YCS prize card, first place gets the ultra rare, second and third get the super rare. And everyone after that, out of like, and this is out of like 2,000 people by now, right? In Europe. At like European events, we have about 2,000 players, sometimes more, sometimes slightly less, but usually more these days. Like the last year, did we even have a YCS that was less than 2,000? I don't think we did. I don't think we did have a YCS less than 2,000 in Europe. I'm talking Europe. I'm talking Europe right now. I think every single YCS was over 2,000 players, and every single YCS, the only people that went away profiting were the first 3. Which is, I think that's crazy to think about. Now, let me be real here. I don't think this has a lot of connection to the entry fee at a YCS. Because the entry fee at a YCS, I don't know. I see it more like the entry ticket to like a convention. I don't know. That's I think that's the best way to compare it, because honestly, even though it says tournament on it, where you would think the winner gets a lot out of it, it's not really that. It's more like a convention. It's more like a celebration of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, where like people pay just for the experience. It's like I don't know. It's kind of pathetic that it is like that, because it could be so much better. But like people go to anime conventions and pay money for that, right? And they no one's complaining that like people don't make their money back from going to that convention, right? That's not something that happens, right? It's just that this is tied to a tournament, is what makes people expect to make money when they do well, right? It's understandable but it's also at the same time, going to a YCS is an experience, right? That's why people still do it, right? That's why, like, otherwise the bad prize pool would just make people not go, right? But that's not how it works, really. That's not how it works, because even though YCSs have bad pricing, they still are an amazing experience, right? And that's what people are willing to travel for, willing to pay the money for, right? I don't know. I think it's fair that this raises a discussion about the pricing at a YCS. Because I think in a vacuum, I don't think it is unreasonable to charge 45 euros for a YCS. I don't think it's unreasonable. Like, I think they could have just done it a lot better. They could have made it a lot better. Like, because other card games also charge that or more. Like, I think Pokemon tickets, I don't want to say anything wrong, but I think Pokemon entry fees are like 60 euros and upwards these days for the big tournaments. But then the Pokemon prize pool is also a lot better, right? Pokemon is 75, really. Pokemon has insane pricing, though. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's not unreasonable to be charging that much, but then I think you could argue something else needs to happen. I don't know. Like, it's a difficult topic for me because of what I said earlier. It's like, for me personally, and I know it's a very privileged thing to say, but for me personally, this does not matter as much. I'm gonna go anyways, right? I'm not in the position to just say, yeah, I'm now skipping YCSs, because, like, I just can't do that. I'm a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. I love to go to YCSs way too much. I'm willing to pay this, right? So from my perspective, like, I mean, if they know most of us are willing to pay it, why wouldn't they charge it, right? It sucks, but that's how it is, right? If you're realistic about it, I mean, everyone in here who just pays the $45 to go to a YCS now is like, we're the reason why they can do it. I mean, that's just how it works, right? We're gonna see if this has an impact on participation. Do you want to know what I think the main reason for this is, by the way? Because I think the main reason here is not greed, even though people like to always throw that word out there. I personally don't think that's the main reason here, because I don't think with this, I still don't think YCSs are profitable. I don't think YCSs are profitable, whether they charge 20 bucks or $45. I don't think this will make YCSs profitable. Because if you think about all the money they have to spend, if you have to, like, consider all the money that they have to spend for hosting a YCS, right? I don't think it's profitable even at $45. And it doesn't have to be profitable. I'm not saying they should make profit with it. I'm just saying that them charging slightly more to make them go less neck is understandable. But I think the main reason why they're doing this is the fact that freaking a lot of people have been buying tickets and then not showing up, right? And I think that is between $20 and $45. There's a noticeable difference, so people won't just buy a ticket and then not show up. And I think that's also understandable, right? But the thing is that they could have said this, right? They could have said this was the reason why we did it, right? It could also be that they have to go with bigger convention centers now, and it's just more expensive. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, freaking YCSs have not increased their prices since their introduction, right? YCSs were $20 in freaking 2011, as far as I remember, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a good thing, because obviously it's not a good thing, right? It's obviously not a good thing that we're paying like we're paying 20 euros more and we only get 5 more packs. It's not a good thing for us, but I think it's not as big of a deal as people make it out to be. Is the sad reality. Because I don't know, for most of the competitive player base, it's still gonna be worth it. Like you're not gonna not go to a YCS because it now just costs 25 more bucks, right? Instead of paying 400 to go to a YCS, now you have to pay 425. People are not gonna not go because of that. People are not gonna not go because of that. People that can afford to pay 400 bucks to travel to a YCS, or 500 bucks, or whatever it costs depending on where you live. They can afford to pay 25 more, and I mean, so it's simple as that, you know. Was it still 20 euros 10 years ago? I don't remember. I personally don't remember ever paying anything other than 20 euros for a YCS. I might be wrong here. I think YCSs have always been 20 bucks. It went up post COVID to like 22. Yeah, I think that had to do with them making the sale online. But maybe that's not. Maybe I'm not. Maybe that's incorrect. But I don't know. That's what I thought. I thought that was the reason, that you had to pay fees for doing it online and shit like that. But I don't know. I paid about 300 euros for Dortmund, including travel, accommodation, and the ticket. Yeah, see, so like 300 bucks going up to 325. I think to get this to a close, because I feel like I'm repeating myself. I can live with the 45 bucks for a YCS. I can live with it. It sucks. I understand that. I personally, I can live with it. I don't think it's completely unreasonable to charge 45 bucks for like a YCS with all the experience around it and shit like that. I think the fact that it raises a discussion about the price pool of a YCS is very, very good. Because I think it's a different topic. The pricing of a YCS. I don't think the pricing of a YCS is directly tied to the entry fee, because the majority of the people going to a YCS do not go there for the prizes. They go there for the experience. Is the experience worth 45 bucks? Absolutely. It is. To me, at least. The experience of going and playing in a YCS is worth 45 bucks entry fee. To me. Period. So I don't hate that. Is the prize pool currently worthy of a YCS, regardless of entry fee? No, it's not. Right? It's not. The prize pool at YCSs is not at all appropriate for the size of the event and what it takes to top or win one of those events, right? And the frustrating thing is that it would be so simple to improve it, right? It would be so simple to improve the pricing structure of a YCS. It wouldn't even cost them much, right? If they just made exclusive promos for top 32 or top 64, if they just gave us like, it doesn't have to be cash prizes. I'm not even no one is asking for cash prizes. No one is expecting cash prizes. Freaking give everyone, make a freaking promo. Instead of throwing starlights into core sets, make a starlight that you can only win at YCSs. Make that freaking, or make ultimate rares, make collector's rares, make whatever rarity of like playable staples like Effect Veiler and Ash Blossom and whatnot. Give them out to top 64 at YCSs. Those cards are easily worth, I don't know, probably more, but I'm just saying easily 200 to 300 bucks or whatever. And that makes it so everyone who's topping a YCS makes their money back or goes profit, depending on how expensive the cards get. But it costs you nothing to do that, right? And that's the frustrating thing. And it's an issue that have existed before then, right? It's an issue that's existed before they raised the price from 20 to 45, right? That it has nothing to do with this, right? But yeah, well, anyways, that is my take on this entire thingy. Like, yeah, it's yeah. Whew. Um, speaking of money, I feel like this is a good segue. I'm sweating, dude. This is a good segue, I feel like, into another topic that I saw during my vacation pop up on my feed. And it was this little tweet which went extremely viral, 1.4 million views on this tweet. uh Taco Smiley Face, thank you for the resub. Thank you. Welcome back. Appreciate that. And everyone else who's been subbing. It's been a lot today, so sorry that I'm not calling out every single name, but I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for coming back after my vacation with the sub support. Appreciate you. Okay. Hello, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering players. You can buy the Pokemon TCG Worlds winning deck for about $30. Join us. Now, this tweet happened after the Pokemon World Championships, obviously, which happened last weekend. And apparently, I didn't fact check this. I'm just assuming this is about correct. Because I think the story checks out with what I know about Pokemon TCG prizes. The winning deck apparently only costs you like $30 in the Pokemon TCG. And this sparked a lot of discussion, honestly. And like I saw a lot of there was also a lot of negativity in response to this from both the Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Magic community, which is like people took this basically. People took offense in this as if the original poster said something as like, "Oh, our game is better than the other games because it's cheaper." Like you should stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic and go play Pokemon now. And people reacted to that and be like, Pokemon is garbage. Pokemon is cheap because the game sucks and whatnot. And it's just look, I get that. On the one hand, I understand that people defend their game because let's be honest, card games are to a lot of people, I think, more than a hobby, right? Card games are like something that you invest a lot of time and money in. Unless you're playing Pokemon, then you don't have to invest money, I guess. But like, you invest a lot of time and effort into these card games, and they can often end up being more than a hobby, right? They often define you as a person, at least to an extent, because you make friends in those communities, you travel the world for the game, and it's just it's not something you do like every other month or something. It's something that very constantly is present in your life, right? And so I can see why people take offense when someone implies or says or they think they say that a different card game is better than their card game. You know what I mean? On the other hand, there's really no reason in doing that, right? It's like I understand where it's coming from, but you have to realize that there is enough card games, and if you personally enjoy your card game the most, then nothing is stopping you from just playing your card game, right? You don't have to take offense in everything, and you can just go your way without insulting a different card game just because you play. Like because you enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh the most does not mean everyone else has to enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Like it's fine. There's enough room for all of us. And the one thing that was, I think, positive about this entire thingy is that it sparked a discussion about card prices in general, which is it's been a discussion as old as freaking Yu-Gi-Oh. Like Yu-Gi-Oh has had this problem a lot of times. Countless times, Yu-Gi-Oh has had the problem of cards are very expensive, sometimes more than other times. And I wanted to take this as a I wanted to take this as a little bit of an incentive to talk about just like the topic of, is Yu-Gi-Oh too expensive? Because it is something that is on my mind ever since I visited Japan 2 weeks ago, because it just reminded me of how crazy their rarity system is compared to ours, right? Just for context, you go into a Japanese card store and they have all the cards there, and I kept seeing so many cards that are incredible money cards for us in the TCG, and they just cost them merely a couple bucks in the OCG, right? Like I kept seeing cards like Axis Code Talker for freaking 300 yens, which is like $2. I saw Barones for I don't know what I don't want to say the wrong numbers, but around like I don't know $5 for a Barone, probably less. All those cards, right? Countless examples of cards that are 50 plus bucks for us or have been 50 plus bucks for us, and they would cost them just a couple bucks in the OCG. And the reason that is because the OCG has a different approach to it has a vastly different approach to how they print cards, right? Because in the TCG, for the most part, every card, if they come in a set, is printed in one rarity, right? Current main sets, I'm just going to use current main sets because that's how we get the majority of our cards. They come with commons, super rares, ultra rares, secret rares, and then you have either starlights or quarter centuries this year, but they are kind of a different topic. And then what ends up happening is if a very good card comes as a secret rare, it ends up being a chase card in the set, and it ends up being very expensive because a lot of people want the card, and there's not that many copies of the card out there because it only comes as a secret rare. So like proportionally to like other rarities, there's very, very few of the secret rares. Which ends up being cards. I mean, what's like the worst case in the last couple of years is like secret rares being upwards of, I want to say, $100 is like as bad as it gets. For I think cards that had that price point would be cards like Pot of Prosperity, Access Code Talker. Then we have other examples of like, for example, Perlo Rhino. I think hit upwards of $80. Triple Tactics Thrust hit. I want to say 70, 75. Bestial Lubellion has been sitting around $50 to $60. Now the one thing is that if you just want to make one deck, you don't have to buy all of those cards. But you need you very often you need significant portions of those cards. Like a lot of decks want the Thrust, a lot of decks want the Prosperity, a lot of decks want the Baron. There's a couple cards out there that are just between 50 and $100, and a lot of decks want at least some of them. So that makes it so that even if a deck core is cheap, we need to spend like a lot of money on the staples if we're starting from zero. And the way the OCG does it, just to come full circle, is that they just have almost every, I want to say every card, but maybe it's not every single card, but almost every card in a main set just comes in, I think it's 3 different rarities or 4 different rarities. Like almost every card comes in like a base rarity, and then they have their own version of the collector's rares, they have their own version of ultimate rares, and then sometimes they even have starlight rares. I don't know if they have starlight rares for every set. But basically the idea is almost every card comes in multiple rarities, right? Almost every card comes in multiple rarities, which ends up being like you have a cheap version of a card that has a lot of population, and then there is more exclusive, more high rare, better looking versions of a card that will fetch you more money, and that's where the value is at in the boxes, right? And this is a concept that is replicated in some other card games in Europe and NA as well. Pokemon does it in a very, very similar fashion, where Pokemon has for most of its expensive cards, right? The holos, they have the regular card, the regular version, and they have like different high rare versions of the cards, right? They have rainbow rares, I think is what it's called. We can look at it. Give me a second. Let me hop over on. Let me just pull up Card Market. Switch to Pokemon. If I look up this thing, right? Dragonite EX. Does this not have different versions? Wait, Dragonite only has one. Okay, I picked the worst. I picked the worst possible example. Of course. Name one that's a good example from the current set. We can look at Mew GX. Isn't that the one that won? Oh, the Charizard. Right. There was a Charizard right there. Give me a second. Wait. Charizard. Am I dumb? I'm choking. Charizard V. Okay, we can use this. We can use this as an example. I found one. All right. So this is how I remember it, right? Look at this. All of this is the same card, right? All of this is the same card. It's not the newest Charizard. It doesn't matter. It's the same concept, right? You have like the base version is this one up here, which you can see starts at €2.25. Right? €2.25. And this is the exact same card. The exact same card comes in 4 different versions, right? This one's a promo from somewhere else, but these 3 are all from the booster set, right? This one is what they call a full art. This one is what they call a full art, and it starts from $25, and this one is freaking, I don't know what they even call this. It's like insane art. These are the insane looking ones. They are super hard to pull, I think. These are freaking insanely looking. Like, and this one starts from like $100, right? And so Pokemon, right? Pokemon still has money cards, right? The alternate arts, the freaking like they have high rare, really hard to pull, really expensive cards that like people will still open a lot of product to get those, right? People will still open a lot of product to get the differently looking cards, the hard to find cards, and it still sells really well, I think. But the people that just want to play, right? The people that just want to play the game, if this card is any good, you can just pick up this one, right? If you don't care about the looks, if you just want to play on a budget, you are not forced to pick up the €100 secret rare. You can have the cheaper version, right? And I think that is how the OCG handles it for Yu-Gi-Oh 2, and it seems to work in the OCG for Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Like, it seems to work. It seems like it's a concept that works, right? Because Pokemon TCG has been around forever. It just, for some reason, is something that the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG has not decided to do. Now, I will say there are a couple things that Yu-Gi-Oh does better than Pokemon in a way for its card pricing. Like, for example, Yu-Gi-Oh is currently in a state where I don't know. I don't want to speak too positive about it. I don't want to speak too positive about the current, because I really don't like the rarity system of Yu-Gi-Oh, and I don't want to make it seem like I do. But the thing that costs you the most money when you play Yu-Gi-Oh, the thing that costs you by far the most money when you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh or you don't have any cards is the staples. Right? It's like this is what I also noticed when I sold almost all my cards during COVID because I just didn't play. And I started getting back into it after. And like, what costs you the most money is the staples. And once you have the staples, you really don't have to spend that much if you want to make a new deck, right? Because if you look at most Yu-Gi-Oh decks, very, very often, an archetype, with the exception of like super meta archetypes, the archetypes don't really have that many expensive cards in their cores. The problem is, if you are a new and beginning player and you look at a deck list from a deck, it's not only the archetype cards, right? You also need talents, thrust. At some point, Evenly was expensive. Evenly's been reprinted now. But like Prosperity, Baron the Fleur, like all those cards are just like in a lot of different decks, and you can't really find one. You can't really like the entire concept of a budget deck already kind of the idea just crumbles when all of your staples are expensive in the game, right? Like when all of your staples are expensive right off the gate when they are released, because that's what they've been doing, right? That's the thing, right? When they see a staple card like Triple Tactics Thrust, they know everyone is gonna want it, so they make it a secret rare, right? And this practice is what causes this, right? It's like if they did it the other way around, it would be much easier to build a budget Yu-Gi-Oh deck, right? If they made the staples commons and then they made the archetype cards high rare, then you would have certain archetypes that have a lot of high rare cards, right? Those would be expensive then, right? Because they have, I don't know, you have like 4 secret rares in that archetype or whatever, and then like, okay, that archetype's going to be expensive. And then you have other archetypes which don't have a lot of secret rares, or maybe none. Those are not going to be as expensive because you can just pick up the archetype for cheap and you can pick up the staples for cheap, right? Because in that ideal world, the staples would not be as expensive. The problem is that they're not doing that, right? The problem is that they're not doing that. And so if you are a new player to Yu-Gi-Oh, and you don't have all the staples yet, you're looking at a barrier of entry that is incredibly high, right? And there's no real way of fixing it. Because you simply cannot play a deck without any kind of staples, right? There is no deck that can just work without all of the staples. It's not really existent, right? So it's like at the point where you are already super invested in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, for example, the point that I'm at, right? Where I have all the staples that are out right now, right? I have all the staples. And so if I'm looking at, I want to get into a new deck, right? Like, I don't know, let's say I'm looking at the newest set and I'm looking at, hey, these Unchained cards look cool. I want to build an Unchained deck, right? And then I don't know, let me pull up an Unchained list that I have. That we built on one of the streams before Worlds. Hold up, let me see if I still have it. I still do have it, yeah. I still do have it. Okay, so let's say I already have an established collection. And I want to make an Unchained deck, right? What is money in this deck? It's Thrust, it's Prosperity, it's the talents, maybe a little bit. It's and then like maybe Unchained Abomination, Access Code, Zeus. All of those cards I have. Because I play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Already actively, right? I'm already actively playing Yu-Gi-Oh, so I have those cards. So for me to get into Unchained, it doesn't take much, right? Like, okay, the spell I think is like 10, maybe 15. But that's like, you know, like maybe I'm spending 50, 60, 70, I don't know. A lot less than when you consider the deck as a whole. That's my point. It's not, I don't want to be nitpicky with the numbers. My point is that just getting into a new deck when you already have the staples in Yu-Gi-Oh is not that expensive, right? Which doesn't make it okay overall. That's, you know, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a good system. Because the problem with that is that the people that already play Yu-Gi-Oh don't have it that hard. It's not that bad once you have the collection. The problem is that it provides another barrier of entry for people, right? Because like most people that want to get into Yu-Gi-Oh, they don't have those staples available, right? They simply don't have the option to just say, hey, I'm going to get Unchained, and the Unchained cards are really cheap, so it's not a problem, right? Because they don't have Thrust, they don't have Prosperity, they don't have access code, right? And now they're still looking at an investment of like, I don't know, Thrust is like 70, so that's 210. Prosperity, what is Prosperity right now? 40, 120, so that's 330, like 400 upwards, right? 400 and upwards because you don't have the staples, or you play a suboptimal deck, which, I mean, you could argue you can start learning the deck or start playing the game without those cards. It's not gonna feel optimal, but I guess you could. I guess you could play a deck without those cards in the beginning, right? You could argue maybe that's fine, right? The problem is that I think the question we have right now, the question that we should be discussing is not, is Yu-Gi-Oh fine right now the way it is? Because honestly, I think just by the numbers, Yu-Gi-Oh is doing okay, right? Yu-Gi-Oh is not doing terribly. Yu-Gi-Oh is fine right now, right? The way they're doing it is fine. It works. That's why we're all here. That's why we're all playing the game. The question that we should ask is, could it be better? Instead of being like, yo, the current system is so shit, we shouldn't be asking that question. We should be asking the question of, can we improve it? Right? And I think the answer to that is yes. I mean, you look at, and I want to point out some of the progress that we have made, and I hope that they keep doing it, because I want to point you to Duelist Nexus. Which in my mind is still, in my opinion, it's a phenomenal set. It is a phenomenal set for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And this is where it becomes funny and freaking doesn't make any sense. Because Duelist Nexus is a set that does this for the very first time, where almost every card comes in a second rarity. Almost every every secret comes in quarter century secret rare. As a result, the most expensive card from the set is Revolution Synchron. And Revolution Synchron is $35. That is the most expensive card from Duelist Nexus if you ignore quarter century rares, which you are not forced to play. You have a cheaper alternative for every single quarter century rare, right? The most expensive card is $35. And then after that, we're looking at freaking this Chimera thing, which is $16, which I still have no idea why it's that much. But like, for the most part, everything else here is just incredibly cheap, right? Which in my book, this is one of the best sets they've made. Right? This is one of the best sets they've made. Period. Because this is what everyone has been asking for, right? If they keep doing this, then people are gonna be insanely happy with card prices in a while, right? The only people I see complaining about this is freaking vendors that buy the set and are complaining that it doesn't provide them as much profit as it used to for other sets, right? If it's neck for vendors, then nobody will open the set. I mean, you could sell the packs, right? Because that's how it's supposed to be, technically, right? Because the idea is that you buy the boxes and then you sell the packs. That's how it's supposed to be, technically. Selling the packs doesn't plus you, though? Of course it does. You're gonna buy loose packs of Dune? I mean, look, I think the I'm not saying you're completely wrong. I'm saying that I'm not saying that vendors shouldn't profit off the set. I don't know exactly because I'm not a vendor. I don't have the numbers. I don't know how neg you go on Duelist Nexus. I don't think it's that bad. I think vendors are exaggerating. I don't think it's that bad. The thing is that here they are also just, the problem is here this concept is combined with a set that is just overall the secret rares, they just picked bad secrets, right? They just picked bad secrets is the problem. They should have picked better secrets for this set. That is I think if done correctly, this can be good for both vendors and players, right? The problem with this set specifically is that freaking Evolzar Lars is a secret rare, Crystal God Tistina is a secret rare, Tokusano Shinkyojin is a secret rare, Nightmare Magician is a secret rare, and Sleipnir is a secret rare. Like a lot of cards that people either want 0 copies or 1 copy, right? There's not that many, there's no chase secrets besides freaking Revolution Synchron, right? Every other secret you only need 1 copy of, right? If they made, for example, imagine what would have happened, imagine what could have happened if they made Power of the Elements this way. Right? Imagine if they made Power of the Elements this way. You think that would have made it a non-profitable set? You're out of your mind if you think that. You're out of your mind if you think freaking Power of the Elements was going to be a bad set because of quarter century rares. There's no shot. There is no shot. Freaking Power of the Elements would have gone so hard like this. People would have wanted so many quarter secrets. The secrets would have been less expensive, right? Because of the freaking quarter century option, it would have been phenomenal, right? It's just that Duelist Nexus as a whole is not as good as of a set, especially with the secret rares that they chose. So the thing is, we will see this happen. We will see this happen. We will see this happen in a few weeks when Age of Overlord comes out. I don't know when exactly Age of Overlord drops, but I personally think Age of Overlord is going to be a much it's just a stronger set. It's a much stronger set than Duelist Nexus. And when we get it, we will find out how this quarter century thing works in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I personally I have high hopes, high expectations for it. Like I'm hoping that like really good secret rares from Age of Overlord will make it so that the quarter centuries are going to pop off. They're going to give the vendors a lot of value. The secret rares, ideally, I mean, look, people like cards to be cheap. People like cards to be cheap, but I don't think anyone is arguing that a freaking secret rare should be €1. Like I think if you're saying if your opinion is a secret rare should be €1, then I think you're wrong. I think in reality, the reality is a secret rare shouldn't be $100, but a secret rare should also not be €1, right? The reality is they should be somewhere in between, right? Secret rares you only play 1 of should probably be between like, I don't know, 10, 15, $20, and then really good secret rares they can hit $30 to $40 probably. That'd be okay, right? Like I think that's a really really good staple secret rare. You know, I mean, make it $30, make it $40. It's all right. Don't make it 100. Don't make it 100. Right? I think it's just that the span of a card price is just too high, right? Like you don't want a secret rare to be 100. You don't want it to be 1. So yeah, it's interesting where we're headed. I will say that something like this, an issue like this where like card prices being too high in general, it's not an issue that is gonna be fixed within a month, or it's not something that they can just make the decision to stop it right away, right? It doesn't really work like that, right? It's something that they need to change their behavior long term, right? And I think in some ways that has been happening recently. In recent years, in the last like 2023, 2022, there has been some efforts, I think, to reduce the overall prices of playing the game. Sometimes they failed to do so. Sometimes they have not made those decisions. Like I'm looking at like, I don't know, like Cash Tira or whatever. But or like Thrust. Thrust honestly is like more frustrating than Cash Tira. Like honestly, because like I said, I prefer if archetypal cards are expensive. I prefer it if archetypal cards are expensive over staples that are expensive, because Cash Tira being expensive does not gatekeep beginners, right? Because as a beginner, you don't have to play Cash Tira. You can pick a different deck, right? But like cards like Thrust, Talents, Evenly, Prosperity being expensive is very hard because it also hits all of the beginner decks, or like most of them, right? That is I think one of the levers that they can pull, is they can just make the staple cards less expensive, right? And that'll make it a lot easier for newer players. Vanquish Soul is a whole different issue. Like the thing about Vanquish Soul though is no one is forced to play it, I guess, is the one positive, right? That is the one positive about Vanquish Soul, is like no one needs to play Vanquish Soul because they're not that good. But overall, just to also get this to a conclusion, do I think Yu-Gi-Oh is too expensive? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm hopeful that it's going to change. Because I do think it is one of the problems that's gatekeeping newer players. Because, like I said, once you are in the privileged position to own most of the staple cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, maintaining, like playing Yu-Gi-Oh for a long, long time, at some point you're gonna have a collection, and you're not gonna have to spend the entire $400 that it costs to make a deck, right? Like you only have to get the cards you're missing. But not like beginners are not in that position, sadly. So that it's a problem for beginners mainly, I think, and that is not good, because we don't want to have more problems for beginners. We don't want to have more problems for beginners, and this is a this is another phenomenal segue into the whole Rarran thing. So the thing here is, I want to say a few things before we talk about this, and I don't want to talk about this for too long. Because, so just for context, in case anyone has missed it, which I don't think anyone has missed it, because even I didn't miss it, and I was on vacation and only used my phone like, I don't know, once a day or something. There was a Hearthstone player who made a video like trying out Yu-Gi-Oh and being like, yo, this game's crazy, it has so many problems for beginners, it's very, very complicated, and so on and so forth. And it sparked like this whole, like, you know, everyone reacted to it, and it was like a whole debate of like which game is better, and so on and so forth. And I want to skip that whole thingy. I don't want to react to Rarran reacting to Farfa reacting to Rarran. I don't want to do that. Instead, I just want to use this to spark a little discussion about whether Yu-Gi-Oh is too complicated for newer players. Which has been an ongoing debate for the last couple of weeks. And that's what I want to talk about. I don't want to get in, is Yu-Gi-Oh better than Hearthstone? Is Yu-Gi-Oh better than that? Is Yu-Gi-Oh better than this? I think that is completely pointless. It doesn't, like, matter of fact is, there are a lot of people out there enjoying Hearthstone, and we can just let them enjoy Hearthstone. I personally enjoyed Hearthstone a lot when I played it. There's a lot of people that enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh, and people are completely fine to enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh. There's no reason to you know, because all that happened here all that happened here is someone tried Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Someone tried Yu-Gi-Oh and was not really able to enjoy it, right? And that has nothing to do with Hearthstone. That is an issue for Yu-Gi-Oh specifically that Rarran pointed out, right? And I think that's a fair point, right? The MBT video is short and sums up a lot of yeah. I've been told that instead of reacting to everything, I should just watch MBT's video because it was very down to the point. It's only 14 minutes, and it's very down. So we're gonna do that. But first, I wanna say something. The one other thing I want to say, which is why we're not gonna talk about this too long, is because I think, as someone who's been playing Yu-Gi-Oh since the start, I don't even know if I'm the most qualified person to talk about this, right? And I think that's what a lot of you or a lot of people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community should do, is take a step back and be like, instead of being this like elitist in this elitist position of like, Yu-Gi-Oh is not that hard. You just have to read your cards. You just have to do this. You just have to do that, and then it's super easy. All of us, we already know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh. So of course for us it's not hard. But maybe if a lot of people trying to play Yu-Gi-Oh say that it's too complicated, maybe we should just take a step back and respect their view of the situation, because they are the beginner and we are not. I personally can't imagine having to learn to play Yu-Gi-Oh because I've been playing it for, I don't know, almost 20 years now. Right? So I can't put myself into the position. I have no idea how it is. I have no idea how it feels to download Master Duel for the first time and not know what's going on, because I was never in that spot. I learned Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. Right? Like I can never like, I don't know, feel the overwhelm that they feel when they boot up a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And so like I think when enough people say, hey, Yu-Gi-Oh looks crazy, Yu-Gi-Oh is way too complicated, I think we can just accept that, right? We can just accept that they feel that way and that that's a problem, right? That is deterring new players from the game, right? That is an issue. Even though we don't have that issue anymore, does not mean that it doesn't exist. You get what I mean? The thing, that's the fun part of the game too. I mean, like that's the thing, right? Yes, to an extent, Yu-Gi-Oh being so different from other card games, and Yu-Gi-Oh being so special and so complicated and so complex, is what we appreciate about the game, right? It is what we appreciate about Yu-Gi-Oh. It is one of the things in this. It's very rewarding to learn Yu-Gi-Oh. The problem is that doesn't really help when you don't get new players, because it's like it's just too hard to get into, right? Like because both statements can be true, right? Both statements can be true. A game can be the beauty of the game can be in how complicated it is, but that at the same time can be a new player deterrent. Before I ramble too much about it and say things that have already been said, let me just quickly watch this MBT video, because it's supposed to sum up, because I have not watched the video yet. I just saw some of the debates that it sparked.
Well. Another Yu-Gi-Oh
twice?
hater at it again. A big-ass 10 million sub account shitting on the game that I've irrevocably tied my finances to. Well, you all know how we do here. Sleeve up your Chaos Gustav Sea Rider Dragons. It's time to act man again.
Honestly, the only part I really enjoyed was getting my Blue Eyes White Dragon, because at least he looks cool.
Uh-oh. So if you're watching this, you've probably already watched this video. I played Yu-Gi-Oh!
No, I haven't.
To prove it's ridiculous. And first off, look at that thumb. I'm a fucking amateur, man. Man's got similar subs to me. He's getting custom thumbs. I'm out here pulling thumbs out of my asshole. Wait.
I do this too.
Anyway, if you're unfamiliar with Rarran, he's a Hearthstone guy, which is frightening. See, this isn't some like general gaming YouTuber. This is a person who plays card games for a living. And like us, he plays a card game that peaked a long time ago, while just sort of fanning the embers on the game we play until we can pay off our mortgage. Rarran recently played about 5 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just to see what it was like, and it did not go well after getting his ass kicked for about the length of one.
I just want to say, he's probably doing this for the comedic purpose, but I genuinely don't agree with this. I don't agree with the Yu-Gi-Oh has peaked ages ago and is just never gonna be that again. I personally enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh a lot still, and I enjoy the progression. I am not looking for, whenever I criticize anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, which I do that a fair amount. But whenever I criticize it, I never want to like go back. Right? I don't want to go back to play the game how we used to play it, because I am personally excited about how it's evolving. I just want it to evolve in a different direction when I like critique something, right? But like, I genuinely enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh a lot. I enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh a lot to this day. I don't think it's peaked whatever, like 10 years ago or something. The game is different a lot. The game has problems, absolutely. But I don't agree with this sentiment of like 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh was peak Yu-Gi-Oh. I like to go back and play old formats, but there's no reason to not have both, right? There's no reason to not enjoy like old formats and have an enjoyable modern game, right? There's no reason to be like, at least from my perspective, I don't view it like that.
Barbieheimer, he called it, but not before calling out the game we all know and love. His arguments were basically this: disclosure. I'm kind of distilling his arguments here for the purposes of pacing. I know they're nuanced. We're trying to get out of here tonight, all right? 1. Yu-Gi-Oh's got the worst new player experience of all time. 2. Yu-Gi-Oh's insanely complicated in a way that turns off potential new players. And 3. The core gameplay loop of Yu-Gi-Oh often isn't fun. And
1 and 2 I agree with. The third one, I don't agree with.
Oh, this is a far cry from 4Kids censored too many boobays. All right, let's do our best to kind of...
What does it even mean? The gameplay loop is unenjoyable. I'll just keep watching.
He's completely right. Through Rarran's example, let's look at what the new player experience for Yu-Gi-Oh actually looks like. The first thing you do is download Master Duel and jump right in. So far, so good. The second is you do the tutorials, and immediately we have a problem. Old Rari is right on point when he explains the gameplay he experiences as a result of the tutorial is not analogous to a Yu-Gi-Oh game that has been played this decade. Sure, at some point you have to be taught the basics, things like what a normal summon is, how you can set individual monster cards, how you go to the battle phase, and
this is an issue. This is an issue that I have been facing because I've been working on a YouTube series. We've talked about it. I wanted to make a YouTube series of like actually teaching people how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like not just highly competitive content, but also just like more like for casuals, just like how do you play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And it's just like, when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, well, you have to teach someone the basics, right? Like the rules, right? You need to know the rules before you can play the game. But all of these tutorials in Master Duel that just teach you the rules, they're kind of necessary, but they don't really prepare you for what actually happens. You know what I mean? It's like, but you also don't want to have people learn too much. You don't want to have people work through a freaking like bachelor thesis to actually play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a very intricate issue.
Individual monsters compare their attack stats with each other. That's all part of the core gameplay loop for sure. But nothing in the tutorial imparts to you that you are going to be playing at Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 speeds. That the true goal of Yu-Gi-Oh is to combo your opponent into the wall so hard that they do not get a chance to play the game.
Well, but that's also not true, right? That is not the core goal of Yu-Gi-Oh. This is like, you're basically presenting Yu-Gi-Oh at its worst, right? It is not that. It is not that. Any of you that say it is have probably never topped the YCS. You guys do not know what the goal of Yu-Gi-Oh is. That is not the goal of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like that is not what it is. Those are literally the worst kind of decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, and those are just the decks that get torn apart by the ban list the quickest. Like, yes, that does happen. Yes, that does happen, but that is not the goal of Yu-Gi-Oh, all right?
And in doing so, you might take upwards of a 15-minute turn. Instead, it sells you.
This can happen, right? This can happen, absolutely. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just disagreeing with the statement that it's the goal of Yu-Gi-Oh. If that was the goal of Yu-Gi-Oh, we would all not be playing it. This is why everyone is always complaining when that happens, right? This is why Adamancipator is commonly regarded to as one of the most toxic decks in the game. We do not like this, right? And like, painting the idea of Yu-Gi-Oh being like this is just not correct. You look at the freaking top decks currently in Yu-Gi-Oh, none of the decks do this, right? None of the top decks currently in Yu-Gi-Oh do go for incredible turn 1 combos. I mean, Duelist Nexus introduces some decks that might do that, but like, for the most part, this is not what happens, right? This is not what happens. And so this is something, it's rather, I would rather call it a side effect of like Yu-Gi-Oh has this problem sometimes because we don't have mana or something that limits the stuff that you can do on a turn. Sometimes it happens that on turn 1 certain decks do too much, right? But usually people it is recognized by the players and Konami that is not what people want, right? That is not what we want. That is not what we play the game for. And most of the current top decks, I mean, you look at Kashira, you look at Pearly, you look at a lot of the current top decks, they don't do that kind of stuff, right? They simply don't do it. And like, yes, you can show Adamancipator and it's gonna, you know, throw off a beginner. Like any beginner you throw into Adamancipator is not going to enjoy it. But the thing is, you can do this for any game, right? I can probably look up a freaking, I can look up a Magic the Gathering kill on turn 2 or some shit, right? Or I can show you how the freaking perfect Magic aggro hand plays out these days that kills you on like turn 2 or turn 3 with like mono red burn or some shit, right? And that's gonna freaking throw off any beginner from learning the game, right? I can show you freaking I can show you the freaking Antonidas for Sorcerer's Apprentice 1-turn kill in Hearthstone from years ago, right? And you're not gonna enjoy that as a beginner, right? I can show you Freeze Mage gameplay from Hearthstone, and that's not gonna be enjoyable, right? In Pokemon, they have freaking like these item lock decks or whatever, right? Like that locks your opponent out of the game with like freaking stadium cards that stop your opponent's abilities and then attack with attacks that say your opponent can't use any item cards, shit like that. It's just a nature, like this is a nature of card games, is that people will always try to find the most degenerate stuff in a card game, right? People will freaking make it happen, right? Because like stopping your opponent from playing or killing your opponent very fast is just a very, very good thing, right? And people will always try to do it if it's possible, right? And it happens in every card game that the freaking developers make cards that are too powerful, that can be abused in certain ways, and you can make a video calling out every single card game and just showing off like the worst of the worst examples, right? Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh is notorious for this happening. Yu-Gi-Oh is notorious for this happening because Yu-Gi-Oh is probably the most vulnerable to this, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh has the least amount of restrictions in the core rule set. Like the core rule book of Yu-Gi-Oh is probably the one that is the most vulnerable to these kind of situations. And yes, they happen. They happen. But it is not the core goal of the game, and it's not what it revolves around freaking 90% of the time. Because all of these videos always make it sound like Yu-Gi-Oh is 90% about just winning making an unbreakable board on turn 1, which is just not what happens, right? It's not what that is not the reality, right?
You on this premise of like, oh, Gemini Elf has more attack points than La Jin, so be careful if you put La Jin in your deck. At best, that's going to lead to a lot of disappointed players who either feel they got their time stolen by a tutorial that ended up not really mattering, or they're going to be disappointed because they wanted to play that style of game and it just doesn't exist anymore. Or alternatively, players are just going to thumb back in the tutorial like it's the Atla manuscript. Like, where's the rest of it? What's a link summon? You know? They know what a link summon is. What's a U-link? You know? Frustrated at this, Mr. Rarran jumps into casual mode. Casual mode, where you'd expect the casuals are. Instead, he basically gets his ass beat the entire time. A bunch of individuals tell him that maybe he should consider playing the single-player modes, which is like a decent idea, but it's also a bit of a mixed bag, right? There's like a 99% chance playing the single-player mode means you're just learning the basic
That is a lie.
for a deck that you're never going to see again.
See, that's the thing. I haven't watched the other video. He won most of his casual games. I would imagine, like, I can. The thing here is what I can say is that when I made a new Master Duel account recently, a couple weeks ago, when we did the free-to-play Master 1 Diamond 1 speedrun thingy, I created a completely fresh account. Fresh account, and I jumped into ranked at the very, very bottom. And it was not against meta decks for the most part. I want to say 90+% in the lowest of lowest ranks were actually games where you could just queue with like people would queue with the tutorial deck, right? People would queue with the tutorial deck. People would queue with very beginner friendly decks. Yeah. I think he was in casual, not in rank. Well, yeah, maybe that was I don't know how the matchmaking works in casual. Maybe the matchmaking in casual is just shit. Maybe they're just like in casual you can just play against anyone. Maybe that's not great, but I don't know.
And ideally, you'd like to, play the game against another human sometime in the first dozen hours of opening a new product. Finally, the chatters throw in the towel and start recommending that he get another YouTuber to show him the ropes, or maybe someone who's played the game before to walk him through what he needs to be doing. Ranch describes this as coaching, which is an interesting way of looking at it.
I mean, that's what it is. How is that interesting? It sucks that you kind of need that, right? It sucks that you would need coaching to get better. The thing is that
I'd always just assumed that having a guide on your Yu-Gi-Oh journey was the only way you could get into the game. But from a layman's perspective, it really is coaching to a degree. Why should you have to contact a third party to play a video game online? You don't need to pause Deltarune to figure out how to attack. They tell you in the game. So what does he end up doing? He plays Dragon Maid, and functionally just clicks buttons for 20 or 30 minutes. Later, he graduates to Salamangreat by purchasing one of the precon decks, and later still, someone sends him a competitive Salamangreat list, which he crafts. Which brings us to... 2. Yu-Gi-Oh's insanely complicated in a way that turns off new players. Why are we lying about this? A significant amount of the arguments in that Actman video that I peed my pants about were functionally just that Yu-Gi-Oh is too hard. There are some things that I think are quite simple about Yu-Gi-Oh that for some reason old players can't get the grasp on. Xyz summoning and the like I feel is very intuitive. But importantly, in that video I did agree with and continue to agree with the concept that Yu-Gi-Oh is a really, really complicated game. I think we can all be realistic about it. I don't think we need to pretend that it's easy to learn. I took the piss out of that video we watched on stream in which someone says it's no more difficult to learn Yu-Gi-Oh than it is to learn Magic or Pokemon. And
I think for Yu-Gi-Oh it's a combination of issues that, like, in its fundamentals, they are all, like, each individual one seems like something you would probably be able to learn. Like, the rules, right? You can, like, learning how to pendulum summon, learning how to link summon. All those things individually are not that hard. But when you need to learn all of them together, it's kind of hard to remember, I can imagine. Because we've been fed these gradually, right? Like, we were there when they released one of them, and then we had a year or two to play with that, and then we got the next one, and so on and so forth. and then for a new player, you just have to basically recap all of them at once. I can see that being a little bit complicated. On top of just like I think one of the biggest issues for Yu-Gi-Oh, especially when I compare it to other games, is just the amount of text. I don't think it's actually that complicated. I think it's just when you pair it with the amount of text on each individual card, I think that's when it becomes a problem, right? Because you just don't want to have to read that much, right? It's like you activate Rhoda, very simple card, but then you, depending on your deck, you like get an option of like 5 different targets, and you have to like figure out which one does which, and then like, because Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of this like cards leading into more cards kind of thing, right? I mean, often cards just do something, but very, very often cards send another card, search another card, summon another card, enable another card from the extra deck, right? And it's never like, oh, I'm reading this one card, and once I got it, I'm just gonna go off of that one card, right? Like that one, because Yu-Gi-Oh is not really about like one card sticking on the field, right? Most of the stuff that's in your main deck, it's not actually meant to be on your field. Most of the stuff that you use is just tools to get other things onto the field, right? You will like, I will use this monster to send another monster from deck to graveyard. That monster then has an effect to like summon something else, and then I can link those off into this, and that's gonna search me a trap card that's part of my end board and whatnot, right? It's like, and it creates this string of you have to read all of those cards in that chain, chain in a different context, to just understand what's going on, right? And it's also, once you've done this for your own deck, right, which maybe you could argue that's possible, right? Maybe if you spend some time before you actually play, you can figure out what all the cards in your own deck do, right? And what they are meant to lead to. You have the same issue for like your opponent, right? Because there's so many different decks, and your opponent summons a card that says add this to your hand, right? And you have no idea what they're gonna do with that, right? And that is a problem, because that is just not something. I think that is honestly the biggest difference between Yu-Gi-Oh and other games, because very, very often, if I play a card in Magic or Pokemon or Hearthstone, I'm playing that card just for that card to be on the field, right? Like if I summon a minion in Hearthstone, that minion's on my field. It's not, my opponent does not have to think like, oh, what could this minion be linked off into? What could this minion turn into later, right? Do I have to do something about this, or is it harmless, right? I can just look at it, look at its stats, look at its effect, and it's going to tell me, hey, is this do I have to do something about it, or do I not have to do anything about it, right? And I think that is a huge barrier of entry for Yu-Gi-Oh! That unfortunately, this particular issue, I don't think is solvable. Because like, what are you going to do about that? You can't force your opponent to tell you everything they are trying to do, right? You can only like maybe change the way you make cards going forward, right? The related cards feature helps me in Master Duel quite a lot, actually. If for Master Duel, yes. And I'm gonna be honest with you, and this should probably show you how much of an issue this is. The related cards feature in Master Duel is something that I use. I use it a lot. I use it frequently since they implemented it, right? I need it. As someone who's been playing this game for like almost 20 years, right? And if I need it, right? If I need the related cards feature for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? That tells you a lot about what new players have to go through, right? You know what I mean? Like I need to constantly go and check like related cards for like what they can summon from the extra deck, what kind of cards they search. I have to remember specific wording on cards. I have to remember specific conditions on other cards that are related to the archetype, right? Stuff like that. And I think that is a that, I mean, at this point, this is part of the game, right? So the thing is, because I think this particular issue is something that can't really be solved, right? That's something that Yu-Gi-Oh just is like that, right? And I think if that was the only issue, I think people could maybe deal with that, right? Because let's say the card text wasn't as long, right? Maybe card text would be structured better. Maybe card text would be easier to understand. Then it wouldn't be as bad if you had to like click on related cards and look at a couple cards, right? Because if the cards are easier to digest, then you can be expected to look at a couple cards, right? But as a matter of fact, if I open freaking related cards and then freaking like the entire Bible pops up, right? That's not something you can expect a new player to want to read.
I think Hidden Valley Rarranch's video is a pretty good example of the fact that that is completely wrong. It's just super wrong. Magic the Gathering has a multitude of different mechanisms by which you can learn the game. Arena has a comprehensive tutorial. A significant amount of the formats are low investment and low power. Drafting gets you integrated into the game with literally no collection. Standard is one of the most popular ways.
Drafting is unironically a way they could introduce players into this game. The more I think about it, that is one way you could teach people how to play the game, right? The thing is, you cannot draft with current Yu-Gi-Oh packs. They are not made for that, right? They are not made for that. But I think the whole point, basically what I'm trying to say is when you draft from a battle pack, right, Yu-Gi-Oh is an awful draft game. Have you ever played battle pack? That shit was so fun. Cube is an incredibly fun format. You just have to structure the packs the right way. It's simply current Yu-Gi-Oh packs suck for drafting. Because the packs are not made for it, simply, right? The packs are not made for it, and that's why it sucks. The game itself is perfect for drafting. The thing is that in a sneak peek, for example, right? The sneak peek is like where you just get 5 packs and you build a deck. The problem with that is Yu-Gi-Oh is so full of like cards synergizing with other cards, having like requirements, having like you freaking like, I don't know, you go to Power of the Elements sneak peek, and this is the first thing I could think of, I'm sorry, but like you go to Power of the Elements sneak peek and you pull a Math Mech Circular, and you literally, there's no other Math Mech card in Power of the Elements, right? You simply can't use it. Right, this is why you simply can't. Right, it's part of an archetype. But that got more support in Power of the Elements, but the rest of the archetype is not in there. Right, like Exo Sister as well. Like you pull a Martha, nothing else is in there that you can even make with it. Right, it's just like the game is not made for drafting. Right, and that's why like current sets you simply cannot draft. If they made a set that's made for drafting, it would teach people a lot about the game. Like basically the fundamentals. The fundamentals you could easily learn and have a lot of fun while drafting, because you will end up with a deck that just follows the most simple concepts of like, summoning. Maybe you have a couple of extra deck monsters, but not many. Maybe you have a couple, like, you learn about the phases, special summoning, tribute summoning, all that kind of shit. You can learn with drafting really easily and have fun at it, because let me be clear, the only reason why people don't have fun when they take like these tutorial decks into real like ranked and shit is because the decks are not at the same power level, right? Like you can still have fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh in a very in a super slow fashion if both people are on the same wavelength, right? That's the thing, right? As long as both people are on the same wavelength, in terms of like deck strength and what they're trying to do, it's incredibly fun at the high levels, but it could also be very fun at the low levels. The problem is the one that goes into the ranked mode with a tutorial deck or a draft deck or whatever, or a sealed deck or whatever, they get stomped by meta decks, right? Like you can't enter locals with the starter deck, but you could play against someone else that also has a starter deck, is what I'm trying to say, basically. And I think drafting could be one way. It could be one way. I'm not saying it's the way, but it could be one way draft to make a set that's made for drafting, right? Or better starter decks, better structure decks. There's infinite ways there's a lot of ways that they can do to improve new player experience, right? You can make structure decks. Structure decks is another issue that, like, why do I have to buy 3 structure decks to have a functioning deck, right? Why can't I? Why, like, that's what people are doing anyways, right? Everyone that knows about this, like everyone that knows what's in there, knows what to expect from a Dark World structure deck, knows that they have to buy 3 structure decks to make a functioning deck, right? But the people that don't know will buy 1, thinking that gets them ready to play, and they just end up with like 40 one-ups, and it's just not gonna function, right? So just make it a little bit more expensive, maybe. I don't care. Like make it slightly more expensive, but make it a playable 40 card deck, right? There's no reason for some of these useless reprints to be in there, right? Just make it a functioning deck. Not every single Dark World card has to be in the Dark World structure, right? Like freaking Gren or whatever doesn't have to be in there. Skip it. Just give me 3 of the good ones.
Ways to play the game and is not complex by design. And that's to say nothing about the introductory track to a game like Hearthstone or Legends of Runeterra, which will just get you an understanding of the game in under 2 hours. Now, at the highest echelons of games like Magic the Gathering, there is a lot of complexity to be had. For instance, in Modern, there's a quadrillion different keywords that you're not going to remember on first glance. But unlike Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh's complexity is functionally just the same thing over and over, and it's insanely long cards that you have to intuit what they are going to do from a baseline knowledge of nothing. There's a part in the video that I think is pretty illustrative. RarXD plays against a Rika deck and hasn't opened any hand traps. I think he might not have been playing any hand traps. He might not know what a hand trap is. It's like his first day playing Yu-Gi-Oh! His opponent normal summons a Rika Petal, and he is frantically scrolling through the text on that card while trying to figure out what it means that they are about to add a Rika card from their deck to their hand. They get Con and imagine.
I mean, some of the things in this video are being said just for the point of being more dramatic. I think Rika Petal is not the most complicated card, right? But Rika in general, I agree with. But like being like, he frantically reads Rika Petal to find out what it does. It's like, oh, it adds a Rika card and then it can come back during the opponent's end phase. That's it.
Imagine your first ranked experience being trying to navigate what it means to tribute an opponent's monster to pay the cost of an effect you are activating. Because he's open no interaction, his opponent proceeds to combo off for, no joke, 10 or 15 minutes, at which point functionally he just dies instantly. There's a difference between the complexity in something like assembling a doomsday pile in Legacy.
But Rika is a shit example of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm gonna be honest with you.
And the complexity that is,
Rika, I know a lot of people seem to enjoy the deck, for I don't really know why, but the deck is functionally just another degenerate combo deck. Like, I'm sorry, but like that deck has no business.
Now going to have to speed read 900 words, and your comprehension better be out of this fucking world. Even in games with a lot of hidden information like Magic the Gathering, they've built into the game a way you can intuit from a knowledge base of almost 0 what your opponent might be up to. If they're on blue, you can expect there might be counter spells in the deck. If they're on black, there's probably some spot removal. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, encountering a card like Branded Fusion for the first time is going to take you about 90 seconds to read the card, and then 15 minutes to try and figure out what
Fusion summon. Oh god. Fusion summon 1 fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material from your extra deck, using 2 monsters from hand, deck, or field as fusion material. Can't special summon monsters from the extra deck except fusion monsters. The turn you activate this card, you can only activate 1 per turn. What was that, 10 seconds?
What the hell your
15.
opponent is setting up. The end result, if you're a new player playing by yourself on a ladder system, is...
This is one thing that bothers me, is like, there are genuine concerns about Yu-Gi-Oh! But sometimes it's like, you're not helping your point when you exaggerate too much. Right? Understanding it does take a little longer, but you do not need 90 seconds to understand what branded fusion does. You really don't. Like, come on, you don't need 90 seconds to understand branded fusion.
That you lose. You lose constantly. You lose to good decks, you lose to bad decks, you lose to everything in between, and in the meantime, you...
Well, I mean, yes. Yes, you do lose a lot when you're a new player, especially if you go... It depends where you go. I think it depends where you go. I don't think you lose all the time in Master Duel bottom rank with... Like, I once again, I can only speak from my perspective, but I've been seeing people in rookie rank, they literally queue with their tutorial decks, right? And so, like, if you do the same thing, I think you're actually playing a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you're not gonna get ruffle stomped every time you queue into rookie. That is not what happens, I don't think.
read about as many words as Homestuck. Be real. There's a period where, after reading...
Like, the thing is, that is a matchmaking issue, if anything, right? That is a matchmaking issue, if anything, because I'll say it this way. This happens in literally every single card game. If you, if a beginner with their tutorial deck queues into a solid deck, a meta deck, they will pretty much always lose. This happens in, and I've played all of those games. This happens in Hearthstone. This happens in Runeterra. This happens in Magic. If you have a very beginner deck that was used to teach you the game, if you queue into a good deck, you have almost no chance, right? If you take a Digimon starter deck to locals, you have a 0% chance of beating a constructed deck with like your starter deck in the Digimon TCG, for example. It doesn't happen, right? However, if you queue into someone who is at the exact same level, like if you play your starter deck into another starter deck, you will play an actual game of Hearthstone, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Digimon, Magic. If the other player is on the same level, it's gonna work out. So in this case, maybe it's a matchmaking issue. Like, why did he queue into Rika first game in rookie? Like, I agree that it shines a terrible light on Yu-Gi-Oh! It's super confusing for a new player. Why was the new player confronted with Rika? Right? Why was that a thing? It was a horrible Rika player and it was completely winnable. Okay, well, if that's the case, I don't know if that's the case. But if that's actually the case, then I mean, this is just a very bad representation of what actually happened.
The 9th flower card and your opponent has activated that turn, you just stop. Something in your brain clicks and you say, all right, I have no further interaction. Do what you must. I will trust you are not cheating. No card game should have a moment where one of the players decides they are done playing before they've had a turn. And certainly that moment should not happen every game. Which brings me to... So Rarran doesn't actually ever say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't fun. But it's pretty clear that he thinks it. The entire time he's just checked all the way out, upset at how the game is playing out and what he has to do to even engage with it. People in chat start saying absolutely insane shit. Maybe you're not the right type of person for Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe you don't have the attention span necessary for it. The guy has been playing it for about 5 hours straight. He's devoted a pretty significant amount of time to the game. He's frustrated that even at this position, he can't engage with it at all. But even in a best-case scenario where the light of divination shines upon Rarran, he might just not like the game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is incredibly zero-sum. He starts to figure this out over the course of the video, saying things like, I need to be going first so I can prevent my opponent from playing. A significant amount of playing this game is ensuring that one player at the table is having absolutely no fun whatsoever. It's a skill-based game for sure, but a significant amount of that skill is expressed in a way that prevents your opponent from ever accessing their reserves of understanding. And that sucks, right?
Yeah, it's also not true. It would suck if that was true.
thinking that this game uniquely has a learning cliff that other card games have already figured out a way to manage. We refuse to do so, and the end result is a game that frequently just straight up looks like solitaire. I think that the paper card game has done a uniquely good job of beating back this type of criticism in recent years, stopping the design decisions that dominated the back half of the 10s and the early part of the COVID era. I think decks like Sprite and Tierlament and IKEA Lab and individual cards like Fenrir and Triple Tack and Thrust have done an amazing job at giving players options going both first and second, and the potential to be playing pretty much that entire time. But unless a new player is lucky enough to have picked one of those 3 decks out of a hat, they're going to probably be playing a deck that's main game plan is to prevent your opponent from ever drawing a card that could conceivably threaten them. And that sucks. This type of video does worry me, and as Master Duel has become more and more popular, these videos have become more and more frequent. Big name streamers are trying out Yu-Gi-Oh! Excited to play the game that they remember from their childhood, summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Dark Magician, only to be told that that kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Never really existed outside of the playground. That would be a compelling pitch if we could follow it up with, but there is a super cool balls-to-the-wall combo battlecruiser magic-style gameplay that's replaced it that's infinitely more fun. Instead, we frequently get to respond with, now there's this card in the game called Maxi that if you activate, you win immediately. Where's it come from? Oh, the hand. You can't interact with it. In short,
I agree with the criticism about how to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! I fully agree with that. That's a problem. Like I agree with that. I don't agree with the latest portion of the video. I think that is just the usual doom posting about Yu-Gi-Oh! Not being a good game, which I mean, obviously I think it's wrong. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Being about not making your opponent play the game, which is also not how it is, but yeah, I don't know. I do think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has problems, specifically with attracting newer players. One part of that problem is also, like, the thing is, I think one issue is how Yu-Gi-Oh! Is perceived. And this is one thing that was also presented in this one, and like how it's even MBT repeated it, which is something I don't agree with, but like painting the picture of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just being like whoever goes first wins automatically, and every single deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Just tries to not make your opponent play the game. Which I honestly, it couldn't be further from the truth. Like, honestly, there is cases where that happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is vulnerable for that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is vulnerable for that because of the rule book giving you so much freedom to do whatever on the first turn and whatnot. The thing is, it simply is not the majority of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay, because the majority of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay is back and forth. Yes, a lot of it happens in the first couple of turns, but usually it's not like whoever goes first wins the game. If that was true, if that was freaking true, you wouldn't have people be consistently good at the game. It wouldn't be possible. If whoever goes first wins the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, then everyone would go like out of the tournament with a 50-50 record. It simply isn't. It simply is not what happens, right? And it's for good reason. It's for good reason that freaking the Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks that do that, and they exist, right? Don't get me wrong. Decks that like try to combo your opponent on the first turn, they exist. We have that sometimes, right? Those are the type of decks that get hit the fastest on the ban list. And I'm speaking for the TCG mainly here, because the OCG, the Max C approach in Master Duel is a whole different story, right? But like in the TCG, those are the type of decks that get hit the fastest, right? The stuff that the decks that its main goal is to FTK your opponent or to pseudo FTK your opponent. That's the type of shit that we don't want in this game, right? Like Super Heavy Samurai was a deck that did that, right? It did that. It existed. And they banned it after like a couple weeks after it came out, right? And the thing is, this narrative of of like Yu-Gi-Oh is like this, right? It's just I think it's actively hurting the new player acquisition, right? And it's just like they can definitely they should do a better job at preventing this. I'm not saying it's completely fine the way it is, like about like the going first decks and combo decks and whatnot. I think they should definitely be more careful with how they design cards. They should definitely make sure it doesn't happen, right? Because like what I said is like, oh yeah, it happens, but they ban it quickly. It's like, but it shouldn't happen, right? That's the thing. It shouldn't happen. But it does sometimes. It's just that the presenting it in a way where it's like that's always what it's about is just simply not true, right? And it's not what happens most of the time when you play Yu-Gi-Oh. At least at the competitive level, most of the games go back and forth. In current TCG format and have been doing that for years. It's just the people that get really caught up with like one or two bad examples keep presenting those examples over and over, right? Like people show Adamantipator clips. It's like, yeah, okay, Adamantipator is a stupid deck and Block Dragon just got banned in Master Duel, but like Adamantipator got like it has not been a thing in the TCG for years, for example, because the TCG Banlist team realized that it was toxic and they got rid of it, right? The problem is that Master Duel, which is the front door to new players, is exactly those decks. I mean, yes, I get that. Like the thing is that is basically these statements are more true for Master Duel and the OCG, but they are also not completely true. I mean, look at the World Championship decks, right? There was maybe one or two Adamantipator players, maybe just one, I don't even know. There was like very few decks that actively tried to completely lock your opponent out of the game on turn 1, right? I don't know, like freaking like Tearlaments doesn't do that. Sprite doesn't do that. The Naturia Runic doesn't do that. Dragon Link doesn't do that. Exo Sister doesn't do that. Like the decks don't do that, right? Most of them, the majority of decks don't do that. Sprite kind of does that. Every good deck can combat a full Sprite board. Most of the time. So Lab does that. Lab also does not do that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll finish it, but
We've got a problem. It's the same problem that they're identifying in Konami board meetings now. New players are just not coming in as much as we'd like. We've got far and away the sleekest client to play our game and a really generous monetization model, and people just aren't willing to hammer it out. As a community, we have to stop lying to ourselves about issues of complexity. The difficulty in parsing this game as a new...
Yes, but we also have to stop completely exaggerating them because that deters new players even more. Like, you think anyone is willing to try Yu-Gi-Oh after seeing this video? No.
Player is something that people are increasingly unwilling to rankle with. There's a comment on Farfa's response to this video where someone says something along the lines of, oh, well, yes, Yu-Gi-Oh's difficult, but it sucks that he started with Dragon Maid and Salamangreat. Those are two of the most complicated decks in the game, which is just not remotely true. I wouldn't put either of them in the top 100. But if those decks, our baseline decks, are considered too complex, maybe something went wrong so long ago, we don't have a chance to change it anymore. Finally, I think this year has really just been our come to Hortaki moment, right? Master Duel was a blessing in that it exposed the game to more people than ever before, but it also shone a light directly on the fact that the player base is increasingly a group of people who play because they got in on the ground floor in 2002. And that's why I came away from this video just a little bit disappointed. It sucks to see someone who loves card games as much as Rastafarian turned off from what is, in my opinion, the best one, because the new player experience is dismal and the cards are way too complex for any mortal person to comprehend at first glance. These types of people...
MBT not making stuff up challenge.
should be our bread and butter. Individuals who are really
Yeah, I think I don't agree with a lot of this. You know what I do have an issue with is that I think I don't know if the intention in this video was to actually learn Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what I mean? That is something I don't know. But just the title already suggests that we were not going into this because we were interested in playing Yu-Gi-Oh and just learn the game, because it says I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh to prove it's ridiculous, right?
I'm gonna play this game for 10 hours, and I'm gonna do this to showcase to all of you how ridiculous this game ends up being. I have
See? Definitely not biased at all, right? Definitely not biased at all, right? I'm definitely going into this game expecting it to be right? I don't know. I don't want to talk about it too much, because I do think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. I do think we have we do have a problem. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is facing some challenges when it comes to new attracting new players to the game. I don't think is as bad as it's painted in those videos. I know a ton of people that have gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh very, very recently and have become very, very good players in just the span of a very short time, honestly. I don't know, for example, how long Pac has been playing the game before he's won a remote YCS. I don't think it was very long. There is other examples in the German community of people that have played the game for just like, I don't know, half a year or a year to top a YCS or whatever. And I don't think you need that long to play a locals, right? I don't think you need that long to play a freaking locals and not feel completely shit about the game. Yes, it takes some work. Yes, it takes some work. Does it take more work than other games? Maybe, probably more complicated. Like that's the thing, right? I have not had to do this for Yu-Gi-Oh in recent years, right? That's why I'm not the most qualified person to speak about it, because I have not had the new player experience. But I do know a lot of people that have. And it's just that, yes, it takes more dedication maybe than other games, but it is absolutely possible. It's just that a lot of people are maybe thrown off by certain things, right? Certain things like the card prices of competitive decks, the amount of reading you have to do. And those are things that have nothing to do with, in general, is Yu-Gi-Oh a good game? Is Yu-Gi-Oh a bad game, right? When someone says, hey, this game is too complicated for new players because they have to read too much or spend too much spend too much money, I mean, it doesn't mean that the game is bad, right? It doesn't say anything about the game being bad. It just says something about certain like barriers of entry that we can potentially lower, right? Can we potentially lower the amount of text that's on the cards, right? Is there a better way to format them? Maybe. It's not something that I've personally thought about much, because for me it's just kind of like a natural thing that I've learned to live with, but maybe we should, right? Maybe we should look at a way to format cards, right? Because the thing about cards is that a lot of things on card effects are actually like not super relevant, right? Like, not like, for example, the whether a card is once per turn or not in the initial, like when a card is activated and I just want to know what it does, it's not super essential that I know that it can only be used once per turn, right? It's something that maybe I can go back and look at, like, okay, it's good to know that, but initially I don't really need to, right? There's a lot of things that can probably be formatted better. There's this whole keyword discussion, stuff like that. I think that is something that they could really work on, right? They could rework, basically a rework to PSCT, and how they structure card deck. I think that would go a long way. I think that would go a long way. I'm also a new player. I started 6 months ago. I never watched the anime before. Then I watched one episode and got ads about Master Duel. Then I downloaded it and tried to learn it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Apparently, the thing is, I don't have the stats on it. I don't have the stats on it of like how many people are trying to get into the game and don't succeed, and how many people are trying to get into the game and succeed, right? It would be really interesting to see actual numbers, right? Actual number, because like you hear a lot of people saying like, oh, I tried the game, I didn't like it, or like it was too complicated, so I stopped. But you also hear the other side, right? You hear the other side a lot. Like, for example, I'm gonna give you another example. Isk, the number 1 European ranked player in the Master Duel Worlds qualification, started playing on Master Duel release. Has never played Yu-Gi-Oh before that, right? Which means like he's been playing Master Duel for just barely over a year when he qualified for the World Championship as the first place in Europe. And so people are saying like, hey, Pack is an outlier, but hey, at some point there's a lot of people that can do it. There's a lot of people that were able to do it, and so I don't think calling all of them just outliers. Of course, I mean, you're an outlier if you win a YCS after a year. You're an outlier if you qualify for Worlds after a year, right? But you don't have to qualify for Worlds. I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should be able to win a YCS after a year. But you don't have to be that successful. It's just like it's enough to just play the game at a decent level. And I think that's possible. I think that's possible if you actually want to, right? Maybe you're not going to learn it on your first day. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. But if you really want to, I think it's possible. The problem is it should probably still be easier, right? 2019 French champion started playing 4 months ago. See? I mean, like, the thing is that the reality, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, right? As it so often is, right? For some people, or for a lot of people, this game is too complicated to get into, and we should be looking into ways to make it more accessible, because that's always a good thing, right? I mean, look, you can... The thing is, if someone says, hey, this game is too complicated for me, I don't want to play it, you can scream at them as much as you want. You can tell them, oh, you're wrong, the game is not actually that hard as much as you want. They're still not going to play the game, and that's the core issue. You want them to play the game, right? So, like, insulting them and being like, hey, you're just not trying hard enough, or you're not smart enough, or maybe you're not the type of person to do it, it's not going to make them play the game, right? And you're just not going to... It doesn't help anyone, right? It's pointless. Right? And so like if people feel like that's an issue, it doesn't really matter whether you agree with them or not. It's just that if a lot of people perceive it as an issue, it is an issue. And so we should respect that. We should respect that. If that is a common sentiment in the group of people that try to play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because I do think it is possible to play Yu-Gi-Oh and be successful at it and get into it at a very decent level in relatively short time. The problem is you need to show people that. You need to make people believe that it is. And the process of learning should ideally also be fun, right? That's another thing that, like, if you learn just by losing, that's probably not very fun. Okay. Where did the music go, by the way? And that's where I want to wrap it up, honestly. This topic is probably it's a very cold topic because it's happened more than a week ago, I think. And once again, I think as someone who's been playing this game for way too long, or like since the very beginning, I'm probably one of the least qualified to judge how hard it is to get into, because I haven't had to do it since 20 years almost, right? All right. There was a couple other things I wanted to talk about today. That we missed in the last couple of days. There was, what do we do next? Let me think. We already talked about the Master Duel ban list. We can talk about the new cards in Master Duel, because they sneakily added Cash Tira while I was on vacation. They added, kind of, in some ways surprisingly, in some ways not so surprisingly. They added not all the Cash Tira cards at once. It was just this one, right? So they added Azalea, Chaos Angel, Cash Tira, Darkwing Blast Edition, Chaos Cards, Pendulum, Valence. What else is new? Pit Knight. Yeah. Shangri-La. Birth. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was to be expected that we would get Cash Tira at some point. For now, I don't expect it to be a super viable deck. Already pulled match. Yeah, okay, I can explain though. I already opened some packs of this set because I filmed the video with Sam yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't remember. No, on Friday. I filmed the video. I recorded a video with Sam and I needed crafting points for it, so I opened this set for it. I had to. It was necessary, chat. I'm sorry. Don't match me. Anyways, this batch of new cards for now is not that impactful. Chaos Angel and Azalea are phenomenal extra deck staples for a lot of decks. The Cash Tira cards, Fenrir is probably going to be useful in a lot of decks. You can play Fenrir in a lot of decks. The other Cash Tira cards for now, maybe after the new ban list, you can experiment with pure Cash Tira in this stage, but like it's not that great without Theos's Field Spell Arisard, you know. So like it's, yeah, Fenrir is really good. But that's about it. Yeah. So for now, you probably only need Azalea, Chaos Angel, and Fenrir for a couple decks from this set. That's all. The Pendulum deck is not bad. I'm gonna phrase it that way. I don't want to call it good. But it is certainly a playable deck. If you really want to play Pendulum, now is probably your time. Like if you really are a Pendulum enjoyer, this is probably your time, because the Draco Slayer cards were actually pretty solid. But that's about it. Pit Knight early could help some sprite variations. However, sprite with one jet doesn't look very good. So yeah. We can pull an Azalea. Bro, imagine. No, come on. God damn it. Almost though, almost. Imagine if that worked. Imagine if that worked. Imagine if that worked, dude. uh, did you pull Alt Art IP? Oh, they released that? Where is that? Here? Ooh. But I don't like Alt Art IP actually. I don't like it more than regular IP, I think. I think I prefer regular IP. For Unicorn, I prefer the alt art. For IP, I think the regular one is cooler. All right. I guess that's all that happened in Master Duel. There's not that much else that happened in Master Duel. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to go to the toilet really quick, and then we have some other stuff lined up. Give me a second. Maybe we can play the event. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to. Give me a second. All right. The one thing about playing Master Duel right now that doesn't feel great to me is that like the ban list isn't in effect yet. That's the one thing that I find weird about the Master Duel ban list is that they never just put it into effect now, dude. Can we see the cosmetics you got in game? Yes. Hold up. Where is that? So I got this. This icon. You can tell me what everyone got and what only we got. I assume we only got the champion one. The frame. Did everyone get this? But I think every participant got it. Oh, okay. It says it right here. I'm stupid. I didn't know that. Okay. An icon awarded to the participants in the Master Duel event of the World Championship. Okay, yeah. What does it say for the... An icon awarded to the inaugural champion duelist in the Master Duel event of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 23. It was a fierce battle that many duelists still remember vividly. Hell yeah. I got a title. A title awarded to the inaugural champion duelist in the Master Duel event of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. The memories of the heated duels that unfolded alongside their friends will be passed down to posterity. Pog champion. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Well, no, we got I think these are special. Yeah, I think these are for participants only. And then we didn't get a dual field, sadly. We didn't get the dual field from Worlds, but we got what is it? This thing. We got this. And those are all the accessories. Anyways, that's that. We'll make a deal because a lot of you have been saying I should play the event. We will discuss the rest of stuff that I missed. And then if there's time left, we can jump into the festival. All right? Does that sound good? Because there's a couple things I wanted to talk about. It's not that much anymore. There's not that much anymore. I do wanna cop the gems though. I do kind of want to cop the gems. But yeah. But the one, of course, some of my most important, like favorite stuff that I want to do is surely there's been new cards, right? Surely there's been new cards we can talk about that we can discuss during the last couple weeks, right? Which ones? Which ones are okay? Hold up. I also saw this morning. This is not new cards. This is not new cards, but it's the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Japan Nagoya 2023 goods, which is going to be held in 3 months. Bro, so this is Snake Eye participation playmat. Right? This is the same set that I showed you for the Sprite cards that I got, right? This is the I got the Sprite version of this when I was in Japan. When I was in Japan, I bought the Sprite package with like the Sprite playmat, the Sprite's gigantic Sprite sleeves, and the Sprite carrot promo. These are always insane. I mean, this one, I guess it depends if Snake Eye becomes viable. This is insane. But look at this. Oh my! People are gonna go crazy for this. People are gonna go insane for this. People are gonna go insane over this Madden sleeves. God damn. This is what they get for entry, by the way. This is what they get for entry. Sleeves, exclusive sleeves, mat, and a promo. I'm just saying, completely unrelated to any other topics we've discussed today. This is how you do it. All right? This is how you do it. And on top of it, this set, in case you wondered how you got this, because this is not participation. This you don't get this for participation at the YCS. You don't get it for topping. You have to purchase it at the YCS, which is, at first glance, it might sound stupid, but the fact that, like, the idea is kind of cool, I think, that, like, at a YCS, there is stuff that you can only buy there, right? So you get an extra incentive of go there, right? And it's usually, it'll sell for more after, right? It'll sell for more after the event because you can only get it there, right? And if you don't want it, you don't have to buy it. Yeah, true. Also, it's just like, it's a good price, right? 4,000 yen is like less than 30 bucks. That is less than 30 euros. So for like, you know, you will, they could probably sell just the sleeves for that to people from Europe and NA. Unironically. It's just, yeah. And this is a way how companies can freaking incentivize people to go to YCSs by just printing cool products. Maybe some other place in the world they could think about doing similar things. Just food for thought. Just food for thought. Okay, I need new cards to react to. Hold up. I've probably already missed a bunch of them. Key cards confirmed. Centurion. Wait, this is... What is key cards confirmed for Red Reboot of Darkness? What the hell is Red Reboot of Darkness? Rush Duel? Oh, okay. This looks like a new card. Okay, this I already have. Bell. Memento Darkblade. I think we're about... Okay, we've reached the world state. Okay, fine. You missed the Fire King card? Okay, link me the Fire King real quick. I don't want to go back and search it. Give me the Fire King link. All right. Val Monica Skelta. You can only activate a card with this card's name once per turn. Apply one of those effects, your opponent's choice. If you do not have a Val Monica card in your Pendulum Zone, gain 500 LP. Then you can place a card from your hand to the bottom of your deck, and if you do, draw 2 cards. Take 500 damage. Then you can add a Val Monica spell and trap from your deck to your hand, except Val Monica Skelta. Is Valmonica, was that the archetype with the angel and the devil pendulum scales and shit? That was that, right? That, when I read it for the first time, when I read those cards for the first time, they didn't seem terrible, but they also didn't seem like meta. This card is pretty good though. I mean, it's either a Searcher for Spell and Traps or it's a like Allure of Darkness kind of. It's an interesting card. It's not bad for sure. It's not bad. The thing is, like, sometimes if you don't open a Valmonica card to put in the Pendulum Zone, your opponent's gonna choose, but like both effects are fine, and your opponent doesn't know which one you want to do, right? Your opponent doesn't know which one you want, so like they can't always choose what's worse for you or something. So, yeah, good card. Good start. Bell. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. They need to do a lot of work for me to play Bell. That is for sure. Spirit of Bell. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can take a spell and trap from your deck that mentions Bell and either add it to your hand or set it. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. If this card is destroyed, you can special summon one of your Bell that's banished in your hand, deck, or grave. It's in the context of Bell, it's a good card. The cool thing is that unless it's translated incorrectly, you can just... Oh no, it has to summon base form Bell, right? It has to summon base form Bell. I thought it was a Bell monster, but I think it's just base form Bell, right? That it has to summon. Okay. But, I mean, not a bad card, per se. Geist Grinder Golem. Wait. Oh. Wait, no, this is not just Bell cards. Is Grinder Golem part of the Bell archetype? Why? Grinder Golem was a Bell card in the anime? Oh, I don't remember it well enough then. Okay. Okay. Well, you can only special summon Geist Grinder Golem once per turn. You can reveal a Bell monster in your hand. Special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field. Then you can special summon the revealed monster to your field. Once per turn, during damage calculation, if this card battles a Bell monster, your opponent gains 3,000 attack. You special summon Bell while this card's in your grave. You can special summon this card to your opponent's field. This is not that great. This is not even close to what the original Grinder Golem did, which is good. But this doesn't... I mean, it unbricks, right? It unbricks, but it's like, it's neg. I don't know. If Bell, as far as I remember, doesn't really have anything that benefits from your opponent having cards. Does it? It's just so you can crash into it. Yeah, like, I know that, but like... I guess. Alright, Samsara Regenerating Lotus. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Tribute this card, special summon a Bell from your deck. Alright. During your opponent's turn, when a monster effect is activated while you control a Bell monster, tribute this card. That effect becomes destroy one Bell monster on the field. Okay. During your end phase, if you control Bell and this card is in the graveyard, you can take this card and either add it to your hand or special summon. Well, I mean, this card is phenomenal. This card is phenomenal, right? This card is just a starter. It summons a Bell from your deck, and it comes back in the end phase, and it essentially is kind of like it's an Omni Negate. No, actually, no, only monsters. It's only for monsters, but it's a negate for monsters. In a similar way how like Grapha does that, right? For Dark Worlds, where it like changes the effect to something beneficial for you. So this is a really, really good card. So, especially since it says Bell monster, it doesn't say Bell. So this can summon Spirit of Bell, right? So like you can just summon this. Summon this, then tribute this, summon this, add a spell trap. Okay. The hell is that? Das ewig liebe Wächter. Okay. Why is it German? And why is it not really German? Okay. It's incorrect German. Anyways. Materials, 1 Bell monster plus 1 effect monster on the field. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each fusion material used for its summon. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. If this card battles an opponent's monster at the end of the damage step, inflict damage to them equal to that monster's attack, and if you do, banish it. The botch job German is roughly going for the eternal loving protector. Yeah, but that's not what it says. Okay, well. True. Oh my god, if you have Yubel, if you have a Yubel monster, you can super poly everything. You can super poly everything if you have Yubel. That's funny. Nightmare Pain. Continuous spell card. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn during your main phase. You can destroy a dark in your hand or face-up field, and if you do, add a Yubel or a card that mentions it from your deck to your hand except Nightmare Pain. While you control any Yubel monsters, all opponent's monsters must attack them if able. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from battles involving your Yubel monsters instead. Okay, it's kind of like a Fire King Island. I'm gonna be honest with you. If we had this in 2016, we would have played this instead of Fire King in Cosmo. I don't know about 2023 yet, if we're actually gonna play those cards. Probably not, but... Mature Chronicle. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Each time a Yubel monster and or a monster that mentions Yubel is special summoned, place one Chronicle counter on this card. Yubel. Okay, you can remove up to 5 Chronicles from cards you control to activate one effect. Special summon a Yubel, add one of your banished cards to your hand, banish a card from your deck, destroy a card on the field, add a super poly from deck to hand. What? I just read that casually. Add a super poly from your deck to your hand? Now, why is super poly part of this archetype now? Now, okay, I'm gonna calm you guys down right now. Okay, this is very, very funny. This is very, very funny, but this is never gonna be a problem. Okay? Yes, theoretically, if you have Yubel on the field, you can now super poly your entire board, and you can search super poly. However, if your opponent has a board that you need to super poly to interact with it, right? You will never get to 5 counters on this card. You will never get to 5 counters on this card and have a Yubel on the field against any good board that you want to super poly, right? But it's funny. It is funny. Eternal Favorite. Continuous trap card. Once per turn, you can activate one of these effects, but you can only use each of the following effects of this card's name once per turn. Special summon one of your Yubel monsters that is banished or in your grave. Neither player can activate cards or effects when it is special summoned. If you control Yubel, discard a card and send this face-up card from your spell and trap zone to the graveyard. Fusion summon if you're using monsters from either field as... Okay. Now, this is better, because you could... If you can set this up... If you can set this up on your first turn, which... This dude does that, right? You get a permanent super poly, which is pretty strong. The problem is that it doesn't... I was thinking maybe you could use this as an engine of like just summon Spirit of Yubel, add this, and then go from there. Because the fusion monster, you can make the fusion monster with Spirit of Yubel, right? But this one says you need to have Yubel. You can't have Spirit of Yubel. You need to find a way to get Yubel onto the field. I'm gonna be honest with you. From just this support, this seems like a deck it's very gimmicky. Some of its interactions are not bad, right? I mean, super polying, the whole archetype is basically made around super polying your opponent's entire field, that's powerful. This would have probably been good at some point in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't think it's 2023 good though. I don't think it's 2023 good. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like maybe in like 2016, 17, you know, maybe then. For 2023, it seems more like a fan service anime style deck. But for that purpose, it's kind of cool, right? For that purpose, it's kind of cool. All right. Memento Darkblade is part of the Memento archetype, which we've already seen, and it was like the Memento cards seemed okay to me, if I remember correctly. They didn't seem outstandingly good, but like they weren't awful. But like I don't remember them being particularly strong. Okay, level 4 Dark Warrior. You can only use the first and second effect each once per turn. If this card is normal or special, discard a Memento card, then target a spell trap your opponent controls, destroy it. Very mediocre effect. During your main phase, you can destroy a Memento monster you control. If you do, special summon a level 3 or lower Memento from your deck. Okay, the second effect is good. The first one's only bonus. The first one is like added utility for going second, which is fine. But like the second effect is fine. Just destroy Memento you control and then special summon a level 3 or lower from your deck. So it like tutors other Mementos. And it loads Mementos into the graveyard, right? That's what they kind of wanted to do. But like, yeah, it's not a bad card, but I don't think it makes Memento a good archetype. But they did have this thing where you wanted a couple different Mementos in the graveyard, right? For some reason. I don't remember what it was that they wanted different. That was Memento, right? Was that Memento? Am I misremembering? It was like for the big 5K dude, right? You wanted to have a bunch in the graveyard, right? 5 different ones for the 5K. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. I don't know if that's good enough though, but yeah, cool. Okay, now this is what everyone is hyped about apparently, because like everyone is spamming. Have you seen Centurion? And I have not. I genuinely have not. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I completely missed these while I was on vacation. I have not heard of Centurion. I have not heard of Centurion yet. I have no idea. What is DBVS, by the way? Is that a main set? Is DBVS a main set? Oh no, it's a deck build pack. Okay, what is deck build? Is like deck build is like the collector's rare sets, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait, they are no magical girls, no mechs. Let's fix that together. Oh, okay. Centurion is the term for a commander of a century, a military unit consisting of 100 legionnaires. Centurion Primera. Level 4 light spellcaster tuner. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If this card is normal or special, add a Centurion card from deck to hand. But you cannot special summon Centurion Primera for the rest of this turn. That's a very interesting lock. After you summon me, you cannot summon me again. Okay. Your level 5 or higher Centurion monsters cannot be destroyed by card effect while this card is treated as a continuous trap. During the main phase, while this card is treated as a continuous trap, you can special summon it. Ah, okay. Story checks out. That way it makes sense. So I'm assuming the archetype has a way to place cards into the spell and trap zones as continuous traps. And so the downside on this card is actually quite significant, because what it means is if you use her effect to add, you cannot use the effect to summon her the same turn, right? However, you could choose to not search And then if you manage to put it into the spell and trap zone later, you can immediately bring it back out. Interesting, right? As of like just the general card design here, it's kind of what you expect from a level 4 card for an archetype. You know, it's kind of like Stratos with a little bit of the upside. It's fine. Yeah. It is worth noting that this is, because it is a continuous trap card, this is an effect that you can use on your opponent's turn. So if you use this card to search on your first turn, it'll go into your spell and trap zone, and then on your opponent's turn, you can summon it out and you can add follow-up, right? Or if they have a hand trap or something like that, right? That it's, I think, overall a very, very strong card. Very solid. Doesn't make the archetype broken yet, but a very solid centerpiece for consistency and follow-up. Centurion Trudea. Level 4 Dark Pyro. Okay, we have Dark Pyro and we have Light Spellcaster. Okay, so no consistent like attribute or typing. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can place this card you control and a Centurion monster from your hand or deck face up in your spell and trap zone as continuous trap, but you cannot special Trudea for the rest of this turn. And then while this card is treated as a continuous special summon it, then you can increase its level by 4. Okay, so this will technically tutor. This will tutor any other Centurion, right? Like if I don't have Primera, but I want Primera, I can go normal summon Trudea, effect, place it down into the spell and trap zone alongside a Primera, and then I'm locked out of summoning Trudea, but I can just summon out Primera and then search. So this basically bridges you into any other Centurion that can summon itself from the, right? That's good. Very good. Also a Pyro. So you could use, what is the new Rhoda called? Bonfire? Right? You can like, it's kind of like, it's yeah. Centurion Emmet. Okay, now we're getting into the high level ones, I guess. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your opponent's turn, if this card is in your hand or graveyard, quick effect, you can target a Centurion monster you control, place it face up in your spell and trap zone as you continuous, and if you do, special summon this card. During the main phase, if this card is treated as a continuous trap, you can summon it. Okay. This card doesn't do anything completely broken, but it lets you dodge stuff like Effect Veiler and Imperm. It comes back from your graveyard. And it doesn't really have a cost because the other ones, like when you put them into the spell and trap zone, they will come back eventually. So that's good. Not Veiler? Oh, wait, no, this is only opponent's turn. Oh! Oh, no, this card sucks. Oh, no, that's not good. That's like, it's only good to like put it into the spell and trap zone. You might need it for combos because it's level 8 extender that summons itself, but it's not a good draw. I forgot. I kind of overread the fact that it doesn't work on your turn. Ah, that's not a very good card. That's not a very good card. Okay, well. Centurion Legatia, or Legatia. Level 12. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can draw a card. Then you can destroy the one face-up monster your opponent controls with the highest choice. Okay. Drawing a card and board clearing. You're a monster with 2,000 or less attack cannot be destroyed by battle. During each end phase, you can place a non-synchro Centurion from your hand or grave face up in your spell and trap zone as a continuous trap. Is this the first good generic? Is this the first good generic level 12? Because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like, there's definitely been times where I just wanted a good generic level 12. Crimson Dragon? I mean, Crimson Dragon, yeah, look, chat. This is a deck building set that is about to be released in the OCG. I'ma be bold here. I don't think it's copium to say that when this card comes out in the TCG, we are not gonna have either Crimson Dragon or Calamity is gonna be gone. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. You can calm down. Now, if you're from the OCG, maybe you should be worried. Or you should just draw Maxi. One of the two. You can decide which one you want to do. You can either be worried or you can draw Maxi. But for the TCG, I don't think when this card hits the shelves, we're gonna still have that problem. Okay. This card is good though. It's not completely broken of what you would think a level 12 like, but it's generic, so you have to be careful. I like that this is like, you know, it's very strong. It will, if you want to, it's, I don't know if you want to summon it when you go first because it just draws you a card. But going second, it's phenomenal, right? Draw a card and then pop a monster. Pretty good. Stand Up Centurion. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name once per turn. Cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while you control a Centurion monster card. During your main phase, if this card was activated this turn, you can send a card from your hand to the grave, place a Centurion from your deck face up in your spell and trap zone as continuous trap. Okay. If a monster is special summoned, you can immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using monsters you control, including a Centurion. Oh, this is a good field spell. This makes it. Okay. This makes summoning these dudes on your opponent's turn a lot better. Right? Like when you, let's say you make this thing turn 1, you get your card draw, and then in the end phase, you can simply, the most obvious play would be to summon this one, not to place this one in the spell and trap zone. On your opponent's turn, you will then get to summon this out, search follow-up, and then synchro with it. That is very good. Faith of Centurion. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Place a Centurion from hand or grave face up in the spell and trap zone. Okay. If a Centurion is special summoned to your field while this card's in your grave, banish this card, target a Centurion in your grave, place it face up in spell and trap. Not sure if you're going to use that. I'm not sure if you're going to use that. It's good in the, it's decent in the grind game. It only places from hand or grave. If it placed from deck, it'd obviously be busted, but I'm not sure if it's not a terrible card. I'm just not sure if it ends up making the cut. Centurion Phalanx. You can only use for you can target a face-up monster card on the field, banish it, and if you do, special summon it to its owner's field during the standby phase next turn. Okay, banish this card from your grave, target a Centurion on your grave, special summon. If you do, it loses 1500 attack. Okay. Not the most powerful trap card, but yeah. Truth Centurion. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. When a spell and trap or monster effects activated, send the face-up monster card from spell and traps on the grave. I don't like that they gave them an Omni Negate. I feel like that is, I mean, it's whatever. It's just, yeah, another Omni Negate. Very basic combo. Hold up. All right. That's the field spell. Field spell needs a discard. Places this. Effect to place this. Yep, this summons that. Draws a card. This will place this. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And see, this is where you would be able to Calamity Lock. Yeah. The thing is, once again, I just wanna preface, I do not think that the Calamity Lock is still gonna be a thing when these come out. So the question is this good enough when you cannot do something so degenerate like this one, right? Like how is it gonna fare if you don't have that, right? I don't know. The cards are decent though. And honestly, besides the fact that they make Calamity, besides ignoring Calamity for a second, right? I know y'all are always pilled on the floodgates and lingering, stopping your opponent from playing. Just these cards, I'm a fan of. It looks like a cool archetype, right? If they make sure we don't have freaking Crimson Dragon or Calamity by the time this comes around, I'm a fan of it. Right? I like it. I think it's cool. I like the resource game. I like the placing cards in your spell and trap zone and then summoning them out in your opponent's turn and stuff like that. I think it's cool design. I like it. And I mean, there's probably more to come, right? Have you tried the new salad support? I have not yet. But I kind of want to. There's so much I want to try though. Like, that's it. It's just one of the reasons why I like Duelist Nexus so much is like I'm genuinely just so hyped to try a lot of stuff, but I just because of Master Duel Worlds, I just wasn't very involved with the TCG. And now I was on vacation, and I did not spend my vacation playing Duelist Nexus format. I can tell you that. All right, we have two more. I'm sorry for the lack of gameplay today, by the way, and the large amount of reading and reacting. It's just because I've been gone for a while, and I want to make sure I want to make sure I see all the stuff that happened. And once again, sorry for not saying thank you to each and individual sub that came in today. It's just because we haven't been streaming for a while. A lot of people have saved their sub for the return, and I would probably be here thanking you guys for like half the stream. But I appreciate every single one of you. I see you. Thank you for the support and welcome back. Appreciate you. All right. Quickly read those Fire Kings. Incinerate their defenses with Fire King Hanuman. Fire King Hanuman, level 4 Fire Beast Warrior. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a face-up Fire King monster you control is destroyed by card effect, special summon this card from your hand. Alright. When a spell, trap, or effect is activated, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy one other fire in your hand or face-up field. Good card. Good card. It's kind of weak, but you kind of, yeah. I don't know. I don't know the lines of Fire King well enough, but it seems to me as if you would want to end on this, right? You kind of want to end on this, or you want to have it in hand and then summon it out on your opponent's turn. Yeah, it's kind of like a Sprite Carrot, right? It's kind of like Sprite Carrot. It's pretty good. They have this for monsters, right? They have this for monsters? Does the elephant also summon itself? Or is the elephant only normal summon? It floats? Okay. So it doesn't special summon itself, but it has other synergy points, is what you're saying. Okay. Fire King Sacred Immolation. Quick play. You can only use the first and second. No, you can only use one of the first and second effect per turn, only once that turn. Target any same number of Fire King monsters you control and cards your opponent controls. Destroy them. If a Fire King you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this card instead from the graveyard. Okay. That's powerful disruption, potentially. Powerful disruption. Also, I like that it's a quick play. If this was a trap card, I would call it borderline unplayable. The fact that it's a quick play spell and that I can use it to like play into my opponent's board, you know, like I just go like normal summon stuff, activate effects, they try to negate it. I go like chain, pop your stuff, dodge your negation and stuff like that. This is pretty cool. It's a good card. I like it. Solidarity Strike of the Fire Kings. Normal trap card. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. Special summon a Fire Beast monster, one Fire Beast Warrior monster, and one Fire Winged Beast monster, one each from hand, deck, and grave. But their effects are negated. Also destroy them during the end phase. You can banish this card from your grave. This turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when your Fire King monster is normal or special summon. This card would be like, as a spell, this card would be playable. I wouldn't even call it broken as a spell. As a trap, though, I don't know, dude. Oh. Fire King just has this problem of the Fire King cards are so old. And when they came out, they weren't even that good. Like, relative to their time. That, like, in order to give them legacy support, the legacy support has to be insane, right? In order for me to play a freaking Fire King Avatar Yaksha, or whatever it's called, the support needs to be completely banging, right? And like this support is not bad. Also, the cards we've looked at a couple weeks ago, the first wave that got announced, it's like it was good support, but it just doesn't make me want to play, you know, cards that summon themselves on the next turn, or cards that search a card in the end phase, or in the next standby phase I get to add a card from my deck. I don't know, dude. Like, they just need to have, I don't know. They just need to be more insane than that. I'm sorry, Fire Kings. And then last but not least, White People Happy, Rescue Hedgehog. When was this even announced, dude? August 6th. This is like 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry for the old news, but I haven't read this yet. You can only use the effect of this card name once per turn. You can banish this card you control, special summon a normal monster and an effect monster from the deck that are level 3 or lower, but the same type, attribute, and level. Also, the monsters special summoned by this effect have their effects negated and are destroyed during the end phase. I am probably never gonna use that card. OCG can do Loci and Glow Up Bulb. True, that's like one thing you can, like, that basically. Okay, no, what I meant when I said I'm never gonna use this card is I'm never gonna put a vanilla brick into my deck to do this. I don't think. The only decks that could use this are decks that actually want to use a vanilla. Like, for example, like you guys are saying, what's it called? The Loci, right? Loci, you could think about using this in plant if you had another good Earth plant vanilla, non-vanilla. Melfi? I don't know if Melfi wants this, dude. Doesn't Melfi already not play Rescue Cat? try Glad Beast with this. Glad Beast, the vanilla is level 4. You can't even do it. Does Glad Beast have another vanilla? I don't think so. Right? I don't think Glad Beast even have a vanilla for this because it's level 3 or lower. So yeah, that doesn't even work. But yeah, well, Shine Ball. Yeah, we're gonna summon Shine Ball and Agent of Mystery, Agent of whatever Earth, and then we're gonna make Gigantic Sprite. That's what we're gonna do. That's definitely better than just running like Nimble Beaver. Surely it's better than that. Right? Did I miss the YCS Dortmund entry fee? Yes, we've talked about it already. All right, and that's all the new cards I think that came out during my vacation. So yeah, lots of reading. Now Yu-Gi-Oh really is a lot of reading, huh? Yu-Gi-Oh really do be a lot of reading. I see. All right. And that is I think we're caught up now. I think we're caught up with the stuff that I wanted to catch up with after the vacation. Which is good because I thought it might take longer than one stream. But here we are. Is the Dragon Ruler support just the XYZ? We don't know yet. We don't even have the effect of the XYZ. Yet, so that's that. Getcoin, thank you for the 12 months, the full year. Appreciate you. Welcome back. All right. So some of the things that I want to do next in the next couple days is I want to start leaning into Duelist Nexus format for the TCG. We're not going to completely disregard Master Duel. We're going to play some amount of Master Duel. I don't know how much exactly yet, but tomorrow is going to be a big TCG stream. Just saying that right now. Tomorrow is going to be a big TCG stream where we're going to look at results from Duelist Nexus. That is something I didn't want to do today because it's going to take too much time, right? It's going to take too much time for me to dive into Duelist Nexus format, look at the decks that did well, yada yada, right? Stuff like that. It's just not something I can do in like the remaining 1 hour of the stream right now. I want to do that in full extent, right? So that's something we're gonna do probably tomorrow. And then another thing that I've been thinking about is like I low-key expected them to maybe drop a TCG ban list during my vacation. I was afraid of that. I was low-key afraid that they would drop a ban list during the vacation and I would miss the opportunity to react to it. But I'm like, we have to be close, right? We have to be close to another TCG ban list. So I do wanna host a ban list discussion at some point. Maybe we also do that tomorrow. Before, like, I want to make sure we do that. I want to make sure we do that before friggin' the ban list actually drops and it's too late to make that discussion happen. Yeah. Ban list probably after the Megatins. When is the Megatins? Dude, I like literally I'm the way I'm feeling about Yu-Gi-Oh right now is like how you feel when you wake up from like a really good nap. Like you don't even know what's happening. I don't know what's I've been so absent from the TCG in the last couple weeks that I don't even know what's going on. Like I don't know what happened after Duelist Nexus release. I have no idea what's the next product to come out. 8th of September is Megatins? Really? That's just 2 weeks. Megatins are in 2 weeks? Holy shit, I didn't know that. That's so soon. That is so soon. You think they're gonna wait with the ban list until after the Megatins? Hmm. Hmm. We know the secrets already? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I just don't want to I don't want to I don't want to bring it up on stream cuz obviously it was not supposed to be out yet. All right. So for the remaining what do we do for the remaining almost an hour? I think we just jam some Master Duel just to have some gameplay in there. And if you have any other things that happened during the last week you want to have my opinion on, you can just ask it and we have the. Let us just do that. The thing is, let's hop into this. Okay, how does this work? What? Oh, you can change your group freely during the event. Okay, so I'm gonna choose dark. Am I right under the assumption that I can only play dark monsters in my deck now? Yes. All right, I will accept the challenge of winning a game with each of the loner decks. Challenge accepted. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm gonna accept the challenge. We're winning a game with each of the loner decks. An hour should be good enough for that. Surely Insector can win a game of Yu-Gi-Oh in 2023. Surely the deck that I got third place at Worlds in 11 years ago will not let me down. There's no way. Do you go first with Insectors? I'm going second. Insector Giga Cricket. Uh-oh. Oh my god, they have Soravis? Stop my imperm? Oh man. Might as well. What do they end on in with only lights? Is it just Herald negates? Ah, cool. Alright, let's not queue into Drytron. Let's not queue into Drytron. That sounds like it would be a good plan to not queue into Drytron. Also, a big slip, thank you for the, or a big sip, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Bro, you guys have been doing heavy work today on the sub count. We're almost getting back into the 1K territory. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Welcome back, everybody. The Orcus loner has Cycle Reader? That's crazy. How do they have no name? You can do that? You can just have no name in Master Duel? Karottenkrieger, thank you for the 2 months. Oh my god, I think I've drawn the worst hand known to mankind. Bro, I'm pretty sure most of these cards you didn't even play back in the day. Oh, this one we played. Uh, insane. We're winning. Uncle Ollie, thank you for 14 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. We top deck a monster next turn. We have game. Why would you slow roll a freaking feather duster like that? Why did it take you 15 seconds to activate that shit? Oh. Ah. I need Ladybug in the graveyard. I need Ladybug in the graveyard for me to pop off. Now, this is the Insector stuff that I know, dude. Surely 2400 beat stick is too much to deal. You can't deal with that. There's no way. Oh. What deck is that? Just Lab? Is Lab full power in this event? Bro, I'm literally the coughing baby right now, and I'm being nuclear bombed every game. No coup clock? Why is there, what's the point of one coup clock? No coup, why would you ban coup clock? We have lost. 2 Feather Duster. This challenge is looking harder than I expected. But we have hit a sub goal, so that's one good thing. That's one good news. Can't you make your own deck? I can. I just wanted to save some time. You know. Because it's already 4:20. Heck. Ah, yes, much times. I just wanted to play the game, okay? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, I thought it was always... I just realized, I thought it was light versus dark. I thought it was light versus dark. Why am I playing against dark decks? It was that, and then nobody queued. Okay, I see. Oh! Oh! Bro, we're back in 2012. Wow. The hell is this? Get that out of here. You will not disrupt my dragonfly. No, you will. It's fine. If I make it 2000 attack, they will not be able to out it. Guys, we're simulating the new player experience in Master Duel, by the way. Because the new player goes to this event, they don't have all the cards, they don't know how to build a good dark deck. They will take one of the loner decks, right? And so far, it's not looking too hot. I'm getting the feeling that they will win this game. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they will just go Force Strix Pass again. Come on. Force Strix Pass. Force Strix Pass. Hell yeah. Jane OCG meta, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Why would you not imper my Hornet? You actually had the nuts. Oh my god. You had the answer. What does this do? You can discard one card and target an insect you control. Equip an equip on deck to it. Target 3. Okay. What else do I have? Do I have XYZs? Target on control. I mean, it's just, we're just winning. Augers. Okay, I'm never queuing the Insector deck again. I'm never queuing the Insector deck again. Alright. What's next? Thief of Time. Oh, Rocket Cards. Okay, I know those. Alright, let's go. We're not doing the same for the light decks, by the way. You get to update your achievements below in your About Me section? True. Yeah, I haven't done that. Did you see the new Road to the King OCG report? I haven't yet, but we can probably look at it tomorrow. We can go and look at it tomorrow. Oh, no hand trap. Oh. What's going on? Oh, you give it the extra normal summon. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh must be fun for new players. There's no way it's not fun, right? Oh, Imperm. Imperm Raigeki. Surely. We can beat Exo Sister. Surely. Bro, they opened Ellis Irene. That's insane. That's so bad. The problem is I can't use my Shade Brigandine if I imperm. Why is this in my deck? I'm not imperming. No, I'm not imperming. I don't care. I'm not imperming. I'm Raigekiing. I'm just Raigekiing. Now the issue is if they have Returnia and Vadis. Wait, they didn't even make the thingy. They didn't make Magnifica. Oh man. Quick effect, tribute this card, target a Time Thief XYZ you control, attach a card from your opponent's graveyard to that as material. This card's in the grave, detach the material from XYZ. Okay. Okay, I'm assuming there's more Time Thief XYZs than Redoer, but I only know Redoer. Warlord X Charge. Perpetua. No. Gaga Magician. Nah. Time Thief Double Barrel. Okay. I mean, I have to Raigeki. I have to Raigeki to disable Returnia. Thank you for the primes, guys. Yeah, we're back. We are so back. All right, and now we set. Summon the ship. Probably just Redoer, right? It has to be Redoer. Do I have Zeus? I do not have Zeus. Good card has been summoned. All right, Zeus is a light monster. Yeah, my bad. I'm stupid. What does this do? Ooh. Ooh, this is a good card. All right. No, another monster. Small world. Oh. Oh, I was on off. Oh, I was off. No. Damn it. I was off. I was toggled off. Uh. Do I redo now? Or wait for the XYZ? I could wait for the XYZ. They chain to banish, but I have imperm for that. I think I wait. The trap only negates spell and traps. It would have been so good. I would have negated Small World and attached it to Redoer, so Redoer would have drawn me a card. I was toggled off. I don't know why. Oh, because I toggled off on their turn because I didn't want to use the imperm. You don't use hold to toggle? I do, but sometimes I just turn it off. When I don't play in like a tournament setting. When it's not that important, basically. We just need the back row to not be Vadis, but I don't think it is, because they could have just used it on our turn. I don't think it's Vadis. Oh wait, it's negated anyways. I hope it's Vadis. Okay. Alright, easy clap. Alright, second loner done. Second loner done. Okay, we have 20 minutes to win with the Orcus deck. Boom. It's funny because we just beat an actual meta deck. It's like with the other deck, we needed to like actually play against like people that went freaking Raid Raptor Force Strix pass to have a chance. And with the Time Thief, we just beat up Exo Sister. Literally a deck that won the World Championship. What the hell is this hand? Oh my god, this has to be the worst possible opening hand you can draw. This has to be the worst hand you can open. Not bad. Not bad. I do not understand why they make the... I genuinely do not understand why they make the loner deck so bad. Like, Orchist is already not a meta deck, right? Like, even if they give you full power Orchist, it's not a meta deck. And it's just like... Why make it so bad? Because if they're not supposed to work, then why even have them? Yeah, there's no way I'm beating this. I don't know. There's no way I'm beating this. But like, I think I just drew all of the cards you don't want to open. Amazing. What is this deck even? Okay, there's a lot of cards you don't want to open. There's a lot of cards you don't want to open, but those were all definitely like 5 of the worst ones. Okay, the Orcus deck might be the biggest challenge yet. That might be the biggest challenge to win with, the freaking Orcus deck. More than Inzektor? Okay, maybe not. Maybe the bar is just very low. Oh! I can play the game, I think. That too, right? Do I want the token? I do, right? Token is good? Question mark? I think so. Let's get it. Does it matter where? I guess we can put it here. Brass Bombard. Ah! Alright, one of each. One win with each of the loner decks. Easy clap. World champ difference. How many gems does this give us? Winning one game with each of the loners. Oh, those are daily quests, though. 580. Not too bad. Ooh. We have 1,000 gems. That means we pull a... alt art IP. Let me make a prediction for that. Because we hadn't had one. Do we get alt art IP? Yes. No. Okay, you have 30 seconds to predict, and then we open up 10 packs, and we surely pull an IP. I don't want any disbelievers. I want to see no points on the no. Okay, there's already like significantly more points on no. Also, Solar Tier, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I went all in on no. There's so many points on no right now. Oh my god, there's so many points. You guys, I guess you only did that because I said that. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. You're gonna be so wrong. Okay, hold up. Prepare to be mad. They can still upgrade. They can still upgrade. They can still upgrade, chat. They can still upgrade. It's not over yet. It's not over until it's over. See, effects. Aha! There you are. There you are. Easy clap. Easy believers. Easy believers. Believers eating good today, dude. Believers eating so good today. Choose outcome prediction. Hell yeah, we get alt art IP. There you go. 2 packs in, not even close. All right. Spinny. Oh. Ah. Just yellow. Gamma, that's funny. Yeah, alt art unicorn is in a different pack. I don't even know if you can still pull it. Oh. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Well, we got one ultra only. We got one ultra only, but it was the most important one. So we're leaving it at that. I don't even know if I needed anything else from that. It was probably stupid to buy that. Yeah, I needed nothing from this set. I actually needed nothing from here. Except for the IP. There you go. Easy. Just get good at opening packs, dude. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, chat. All right. We're gonna cut it like 10 minutes early because it's super hot in here and I'm sweating and we've won a game with every single loner and it's not really worth it to make to build a deck right now for the festival. We're going to be back as early as tomorrow. Chevin and Hibanori, thank you for the 9 months each. Appreciate you guys. Welcome back. Thank you. We're gonna be back in just a couple hours. Also, before I leave, I'm on a like podcast thingy tonight in just a couple hours for fifth rate duelist. We're gonna be talking about the world championship, and we're also gonna, I think we play some Among Us, I think is the plan. So that's later. And then I will be back tomorrow morning. So, you know, vacation is over. We go back to usual streaming time. So I'll see you guys in just a couple hours. Let me just see where we're dropping today. We're dropping... Okay, I'll send you guys over to Farfa. Haven't raided Farfa in a while. Until then, it was nice streaming again. Hope you enjoyed the stream. It was a lot of catch-up to do, but starting tomorrow, we will have the regular content again. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Welcome back, everybody. And peace. Bye-bye. Until tomorrow.